Chapter 963. Gudazi grabbed Merlin's neck and made a sound full of surprise. Let go. It's broken. It's going to break. Merlin rolled his eyes. For some reason, Gudazi's excitement made him so strong that Merlin, a servant, could not break free. Gudazi, who realized the problem, immediately let go of Merlin and apologized shyly. Sorry. Cough, cough, cough. Merlin, who was lying on the ground, touched his chest and couldn't help but sigh. I'm saved. Merlin, don't change the topic. Anna said while putting Harper's scythe under Merlin's neck. Calm down, Anna. Are you going to kill me? Merlin was so scared that he didn't dare to move. This immortal slaughtering blade had a special effect on immortal creatures. Although Merlin had relied on half of the Dream Demon bloodline to survive, he did not want to gamble on whether he was considered an immortal creature or not. Whether the scythe would have any effect on him, he did not want to take the risk at all. He did not want to suffer such a blow. Merlin was very afraid of pain. Even when he bit his tongue while chanting, he would feel pain for a while. I can now cut you down as if you're in cahoots with the demonic beasts. What else do you want to say? Anna's small and cold voice was a little bit cold. Looking at Anna's eyes that were filled with coldness, Merlin could feel that if he did not explain himself clearly, Anna would really slash him with a knife. After all, Anna wanted to cut Merlin for a while, so she could take this opportunity to get rid of him. All of this is my own speculation. I extracted some information from one of the commanders of the Diamonds, Eulidim. In addition, Quizzer, who is also a member of the Three Goddesses Alliance with Gorgon, told me something. That's why I was able to speculate. In order to prevent people from not understanding, Merlin explained in detail. After all, the plan made by the demonic beast commanders is not a top-secret plan. As long as you know that the demonic beasts will attack the Uruk from different places, then this plan will become an easy-to-understand open conspiracy. Merlin raised his hands and kept a surrendering look. Anna, can you move this away from my neck? Merlin looked at Anna with a smile and moved Harper's scythe with his hand. You escaped, Anna said and took back the scythe from Merlin's neck. When Merlin finally calmed down, Gudazi discovered something. Wait a minute, Merlin, in other words, Assassin also knows. After all, Wuming was the one who killed Eulidim. Since Merlin could extract information from Eulidim, there was no reason that Wuming didn't know about it. Yes, that's it. Merlin patted his sleeves and put his hand on his forehead to observe. The sound wave has almost stopped, let's go. Merlin finished and strode forward. Wait a minute. Merlin, why didn't Assassin and you tell us such important information earlier? Gudazi, who quickly followed Merlin, asked Merlin loudly. Varen Senpai's words probably have his own reasons. Marshu, who had put away her shield, walked to Gudazi's side and said her opinion. That's right. After all, the number of demonic beasts commanders has changed, so the demonic beasts plan will inevitably change. Villo just reserved his opinion. But Merlin, it must be because of his bad taste. Anna followed behind the three and looked at Merlin with disdain. That's too much, Anna. But Anna answered Merlin seriously. Go to hell, Merlin. Yes. Matthew, who couldn't stand it anymore, interrupted the conversation between the two. The battlefield is in front, is it really okay to be so casual? Forget it, Matthew, don't worry about Merlin. After all, Gudazi and the others already knew about Merlin's indecent behavior. Yes, Senior. But, I don't know how Assassin and the Northwall are doing now, I'm so worried. Miss Gudazi, who was distracted after saying that Merlin was indecent. At that moment, Matthew could only remain silent. But that feeling of helplessness filled Matthew's face. This way, there really isn't a problem, right? Outside the North Wall, in the sky above Nipper City, Wuming silently looked at the ray that deflected his noble phantasm's attack, and his face turned pale. Before his Yggdrasil hit Nipper City, it was deflected by the rays released by a few giant snake heads that suddenly emerged from the hills of Nipper City. As a result, Yggdrasil only hit half of Nipper City, and half of the demonic beasts seemed to have received an order to gather on the other half of Nipper City. This caused basically no demonic beasts to be killed by this noble phantasm. Yggdrasil landed on the ground and caused a huge explosion. The smoke was dispersed by the natural wind towards the other half of Nipper City, and the dispersed Nipper City was full of mystery. He grabbed Yggdrasil, who had automatically flown back from the ground, and with a swing of his spear, he put Yggdrasil back into his dragonist space. This is not good, Collis. How are your preparations going? I still need some time, Master. Hearing Collis's words, Wu Ming gave up on a certain idea. If that's the case, let me think of a way to get through this by myself. The difficulty that Wu Ming was talking about was the few huge snakeheads that had shot Yggdrasil's ray that deviated from its course. Wu Ming had seen those snake heads before. They were formed by Gorgon's hair. Wu Ming had been in close contact with Gorgon last time, so he definitely would not be mistaken. An ethereal voice like that of a god echoed in the sky as if it came from all directions. Wu Ming clearly recognized that the voice came from Nipper City below. It was just that the other party had used magic to make the voice sound like it came from all directions. However, Wu Ming was very confused about the voice. From the sound of it, it seemed to be Gorgon's voice, but Gorgon would not make such meaningless shouts. Gorgon, just half a year shouldn't be enough for you to recover from your injuries. After all, Gorgon said that she would not step out of her blood shrine until she recovered from her injuries. Wu Ming was also very clear that even if Gorgon had the Holy Grail, it was impossible for her to recover from her injuries in such a short period of time. This was because the injuries that Wu Ming inflicted on Gorgon were caused by his origin force. For Gorgon, who had the origin black soil, Wu Ming's attack went deep into his bones. The magic provided by the Holy Grail that Jisha created was not enough to heal him. If that was the case, why did Gorgon come here? Why did he make that song-like sound? Chapter 964. Gorgon wouldn't lie to herself. Even if she was a magical creature, she wouldn't go back on her words. It should be said that it was because she was a magical creature that she wouldn't go back on her words. In the stories of people and things outside of humans, the ones who would go back on their words were usually the humans, which was quite ironic. Moreover, Gorgon had now inherited Tiamat's authority. She was now the goddess of magical beasts, and this identity wouldn't allow Gorgon to go back on her words. This had already escalated to a matter of dignity. What's the matter? We've had a deathmatch before. Aren't you prepared to come out and meet this old friend of yours? However, Gorgon didn't react at all, as if she didn't hear him. In that case, Wu Ming said and raised a hand. For victory, come to me quickly, undying sun, please bestow upon me a shining steed. Horses with enough intelligence, bring me the light wheel that symbolizes your master. Wu Ming immediately used his authority, the incarnation of the sun. A scorching fireball suddenly appeared on Wu Ming's palm, then suddenly expanded. The originally palm-sized fireball instantly became dozens of times larger, and the massive magic power it emitted made one wonder if there was a holy grail stuffed inside. At that moment, Wu Ming, who was holding the sun, also appeared rather small. Since you're not coming out, then let me invite you out. Wu Ming exerted strength from his waist, and the hand holding the sun instantly swung downward. The sun in that hand was controlled by Wu Ming's telekinesis and fell to the ground extremely slowly. Why did he have to land slowly? Because Wu Ming wanted to see how these magical beasts would meet their end. TSK, like a heavenly fire descending to the world, the bizarre temperature of the sun scorched the ground, causing it to dry up and crack open. Even the magical beasts directly collapsed to the ground, emitting an unknown gas all over their bodies. Their bodies gradually shriveled and burned, and they couldn't be more dead. Paralysis was due to the high temperature. The unknown gas was due to the aroma of meat emitted by the high temperature. The shriveled body was due to the evaporation of the moisture in the body by Wu Ming's sun. The burning was due to the extremely dry fur spontaneously combusting in the extreme heat. Even the smoke caused by Yggdrasil's explosion was quickly disappearing. Gradually, the city that was dyed red by the high temperature and began to burn gradually revealed itself. Because there were no longer any human beings in Nipper, and there were no signs of human habitation nearby, Wu Ming infused the incarnation of the sun with a lot of magic power. When there was no one around and he did not care about the gains and losses, Wu Ming could totally unleash his ultimate move, just like what he did to Yuladim back then. This was also the reason why Wu Ming wanted to come alone. In an instant, the entire city of Nipper became a city of flames. This reminded Wu Ming of the burning city of Winter Wood where he met Gudazi and the rest. The smoke disappeared completely. Apart from the flames, there was nothing else in the entire city of Nipper. Gorgon was also nowhere to be seen, leaving only a few holes on the ground. It was obvious that Gorgon had only revealed his head that was full of snake heads, and his real body was still underground. Since you don't want to come out, then I don't have to worry about it. Wu Ming snorted and removed the control of the sun incarnation. Suddenly, the entire sun incarnation turned into a meteor that was about to fall to the ground. In the next second, the meteor fell, and Nipper finally fulfilled Wu Ming's wish and exploded. Boom! Flames completely covered Nipper, and the city that was originally built on hills was now completely flattened. Much of the land had even turned into magma due to the high temperature. The loud explosion carried a strong penetrating force as though it could penetrate one's ears. However, Wu Ming, who was in the range of the explosion, did not even blink. He silently looked at the completely transformed Nipper that was covered in flames and magma. Although his sun incarnation was indeed powerful enough to be used as a trump card, Wu Ming did not think that Gorgon would die under this move. Otherwise, Gorgon would be too easy to deal with. As expected, Gorgon's strange screams came from the magma and flames again. However, as though it was a counterattack, the screams this time were filled with magic. The magma exploded, the flames were extinguished, and thick smoke billowed into the air. You're out. Wu Ming calmed himself down. However, in the next second, several silver-white chains rushed out from the thick smoke. Clang! Several chains with silver wedges at the end swept toward Wu Ming at a speed faster than the naked eye could see. However, these silver-white chains were greeted by silver-white chains with specks of gold. Clang 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 clang. The ends of the chains with specks of gold also had wedges in the same shape as the silver chains. The wedges collided directly with the wedges, and a crisp sound was transmitted from the wedges to the chains for a long time. These chains with specks of gold extended from Wu Ming's arm. Wu Ming's arm that originally had nothing on it was now wrapped with a golden chain. At the same time, golden ripples appeared around Wu Ming, and several golden chains extended from it. Including the one on Wu Ming's arm, the number of golden chains was exactly the same as the silver-white chains that attacked him. The silver-white chains paused in the air for a moment, as though their users were stunned. Then, several silver-white chains turned into golden particles and dissipated, as though they were abandoned after being used up. This was quite similar to Gilgamesh's fighting style. At the same time, the chains that extended from the golden ripples around Wu Ming were also retracted. Whether it was Enkidu's automatic attack or the golden ripples around Wu Ming, they were all Enkidu's own ideas. Wu Ming didn't interfere at all. Enkidu, are you okay? Wu Ming, who had already guessed who attacked him with the chains, was rather worried about Enkidu. After all, in a sense, Enkidu was fighting with him just now. That's right. The silver-white chains that attacked Wu Ming just now were the fake ones that Wu Ming saw when he left the arena last time. The fake Enkidu who stole Enkidu's body. Clang clang clang. Enkidu didn't say anything. Instead, the chain that represented her gently touched Wu Ming's cheek, as if to say that she was fine, or as if to comfort Wu Ming. Enkidu knew that fighting with someone who stole her body was the last thing that Wu Ming wanted to see. Because, even if only the body was Enkidu, it was still Enkidu. Chapter 965. Don't worry about me. Although I'll show mercy to the person using your body, I won't put myself in danger. Moreover, then, Wu Ming looked down at the place where the chain had come out from. I'm afraid the opponent won't hurt me. First of all, the real purpose of the chain wasn't to pierce the enemy, but to bind the enemy. This was a very important point. Of course, piercing the enemy was also possible, but Wu Ming didn't think that he would be pierced. In order to prove this point, Wu Ming didn't move at all. He didn't defend, counterattack, or even dodge. Wu Ming wanted to see if the chain would bind him. Wu Ming bet that there was a 99% chance that the chain would bind him instead of piercing him. As for why Wu Ming felt that nothing would happen to him, and why was he so confident that the opponent wouldn't hurt him? That was because even if the opponent wasn't Enkidu on the inside, the body was still Enkidu. Wu Ming believed that as long as it was Enkidu, the opponent wouldn't hurt him. Why was Wu Ming so sure? There had to be some evidence, right? Last time, when Wu Ming was forced to leave, the fake Enkidu had developed feelings for Wu Ming. Wu Ming wasn't a block of wood, and he wasn't someone who couldn't see the details. That was why Wu Ming had seen everything clearly. It seemed like the opponent's body was affected by using Enkidu, which was why he developed feelings for Wu Ming. However, it was up to the opponent to decide what would happen. That was why Wu Ming wanted to do an experiment to see what the fake Enkidu would do to him. In the end, perhaps because he saw himself attacking Wu Ming, Enkidu couldn't hold back and attacked, which disrupted Wu Ming's plan. You should at least believe in yourself. After all, that's your body. I don't think the other party will do anything to me. After hearing Wu Ming's words, Enkidu's chain drooped down, as if he was sad to be lectured by Wu Ming. Alright, I'm not blaming you. Be good. Enkidu gently stroked the chain and regained his vitality. After that, Enkidu once again wrapped around Wu Ming's body, but this time, he didn't conceal himself. Enkidu also knew that Collis was busy, so he let her assist Wu Ming. The heavenly lock that had undergone an extraordinary transformation was the best weapon against deities. It's about time. Wu Ming was naturally referring to Gorgon. In the thick smoke below, Enkidu was half kneeling on the scorched ground with one hand covering his head and the other supporting his body on the ground. It was obvious that he was greatly traumatized. That's the real Enkidu, Enkidu said with a trembling voice, as if he was affected by the short exchange with the real Enkidu. A voice covered in magic came from the ground, and the ground covered in smoke started to crack, as if something was about to come out. So he subconsciously counterattacked because of the other party's attack. Enkidu frowned as he thought of something. Then let him cause a scene. Enkidu stood up and tried to look at Wu Ming through the smoke, but the magic in the smoke made Enkidu's vision quite blurry. Ooh! Enkidu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. After confirming that there was something wrong with him, Enkidu decided to leave this place. The demonic beasts here have been wiped out. He was ready to go to other places to gather the demonic beasts and attack the north wall together with the commander. As for Wu Ming, he would leave it to her to deal with him. At this moment, from Wu Ming's perspective, a green-haired figure in white suddenly came out of the smoke and flew towards the north wall. Trying to run? Although his plan didn't come to fruition, the fact that the guy using Enkidu's body was able to escape proved that his plan was partially correct. At the very least, he could tell that the other party really didn't want to attack Wu Ming. But how could Wu Ming just watch Enkidu leave? Immediately, Wu Ming increased his telekinesis to control his body and tried to follow Enkidu. However, an attack came out of the smoke. A black ray of destruction was shot out. Luckily, Wu Ming stopped in time, or else he would have been hit. It's different from the previous ray. The purple ray that stopped Wu Ming's sun transformation was different. This time, the black ray made Wu Ming feel very dangerous. It's the ray of the demon eye of petrification. Last time when Wu Ming fought with Gorgon, Gorgon's magic eye of petrification was ineffective against Wu Ming after he revealed his true form. Now, Wu Ming's spiritual base wasn't as strong as it was when he revealed his true form. If he was hit by this ray of petrification, he would gradually turn into stone, but the speed would be as slow as a curse. Moreover, the ray shot out by Gorgon's magic eye of petrification not only had the effect of petrification, but it also had a great destructive power, just like the purple ray that Gorgon used before. The purple ray that was formed by pure magic had the power to shift Wu Ming's sun transformation. Although it didn't seem like a big deal, Wu Ming was very clear about it. After all, it was his own incarnation that was shifted. In Wu Ming's view, the sun incarnation that was in free fall wouldn't be shifted so easily. Gorgon used the purple ray to destroy a corner of the sun incarnation, causing the sun incarnation to shift in an unbalanced state. Obviously, Gorgon's ray had a very powerful destructive power, otherwise it would be impossible to destroy Wu Ming's attack. The magic eye of petrification just now was even more so. Through the petrification ray, Wu-Ming could feel that if Wu-Ming was hit, he would probably be knocked away. It didn't seem to be anything special, but that was only for Wu-Ming. If a human was hit by that attack, they probably wouldn't even be petrified and would be completely destroyed. Really, you don't show up when you should, but show up when you shouldn't. Before, Gorgon was provoked by Wu-Ming and didn't show up, but when Wu-Ming was ready to chase Enkidu, she showed up again. Then, you and I will take advantage of this to decide the winner. After saying that, Wu-Ming waved his hand, and several phalanxes appeared behind Wu-Ming. It was the Mantula phalanx. Immediately afterward, the Mantula phalanx condensed and turned into a holy sword that looked very much like the Excalibur. This was the divine sword of salvation, the divine sword of salvation that was specially used to kill the Demon King. Today, let me see if my divine sword of salvation can kill you, Gorgon. Chapter 966. What responded to Wu-Ming was Gorgon's strange cry again. After hearing it a few times, Wu-Ming even felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Not only that, but several black petrification rays with a diameter of a few meters were also ejected from the thick fog. Wu-Ming raised the Savior Divine Blade high. Lightning flashed on the blade of the Savior Divine Blade, and it emitted a rather strange pale light. Clang, the sound of a sword being unsheathed came from the Savior Divine Blade. Then, Wu-Ming slashed the Savior Divine Blade at the incoming petrification rays. Countless lightning bolts collided with Gorgon's petrification rays and cut them vertically from the middle like a hot knife cutting through butter. After that, the power of the lightning bolts from the Savior Divine Blade did not weaken at all and rushed toward Gorgon in the thick fog. The thick fog was instantly split apart by the lightning bolts from the Savior Divine Blade and spread to both sides. The lightning bolts from the Savior Divine Blade finally slashed at Gorgon's tail. Although the Savior Divine Blade's attack had power left after cutting through Gorgon's petrification rays, it was not enough to cause fatal damage to Gorgon. Gorgon used his thick and tough tail to block the attack from Wu-Ming's Savior Divine Blade. Gorgon's tail was torn open. The power of the lightning bolts made Gorgon's cracked tail look like roasted meat. Wu-Ming even saw that part of Gorgon's wound was similar to cooked meat. Wu-Ming even wondered if he could smell the fragrance of meat if he was close enough. But then, Wu-Ming had a trace of doubt. Gorgon's wound had not healed. This was impossible for Gorgon, who had Tiamat's authority. Tiamat's authority would allow Gorgon to recover quickly. Last time, Gorgon did not recover because Wu-Ming's injury was caused by a trace of black mud in Gorgon's body. That was why he could not recover. But now, Gorgon did not have the slightest trace of the black mud in his body. Even if the Savior Divine Blade had a trace of origin power, this should not be the result. Then, Wu-Ming noticed something wrong again. Wait, what's that? A pair of huge and curved horns grew on Gorgon's head. Gorgon's tail could block Gorgon's body and face, but it could not block the horns. Gorgon slowly lowered his tail, causing the air to tremble. Because the thick fog had completely disappeared, a new Gorgon appeared in front of Wu-Ming. He still had the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a snake. His entire body was covered in purplish black scales. A pair of angelic wings with golden feathers curled up behind his back. Countless long purple hair turned into giant purple snakes that swaggered around Gorgon. It could be said that apart from the addition of the huge pair of curled horns on Gorgon's head, Gorgon did not change at all. Gorgon's eyes were still the same square petrified eyes, but his eyes seemed to have lost their light as if he had lost his self-consciousness. Gorgon raised his head and looked at Wu-Ming with his lifeless eyes. Then, he slowly opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of thin but sharp fangs. The special sound from before came out of Gorgon's mouth again, and the effect was more obvious than before. The sound, which was stronger than the sound wave, spread out in a manner visible to the naked eye with Gorgon as the center. Everything that was affected was crushed and flattened. The city of Nipper, which was originally filled with charred ground and dark ruins, was instantly razed to the ground. It even went a few meters underground. Wu-Ming could even see the dark underground passage where Gorgon was hiding. However, the sound wave did not diminish and continued to spread to the surroundings. The grassy land and specially opened roads outside Nipper instantly disappeared. Probably because the sound wave had weakened, the land was not dug up like in Nipper. However, it was not much better because after the sound wave, only bare land was left. Wu-ming, who was flying in the sky, was also affected. The sound wave made him take a few steps back. Wu-ming put down the arm in front of him that was used to block the sound wave, then comforted the restless Enkidu. He looked at Gorgon with a serious expression. This guy was no longer Gorgon. Wu-ming knew this very well. This guy is Tiamat. When Wu-ming said this, Enkidu's heaven lock became even more restless, as if he agreed with Wu-ming's words. Wu-ming had indeed never seen Tiamat. After all, when Wu-ming came to the Mesopotamia and Uruk, Tiamat had already been divided into heaven and earth by the gods of the Suma and banished to the void dimension. Therefore, Wu-ming did not have the opportunity to see Tiamat. However, Wu-ming had once entered the mirror world to retrieve his class card, and entering the mirror world required passing through the void dimension. Coincidentally, at the last time, in order to retrieve Gilgamesh's class card, Wu-ming, Elia, Mayu, Bazet, and the others entered the mirror world together. When passing through the void dimension, Wu-ming inadvertently heard a voice that sounded like a poignant but beautiful song. Moreover, when Wu-ming returned to the Mesopotamia last time, he also dreamed of Tiamat when he was sleeping by the roadside in the south. At that time, the voice in his dream was the same as the one he heard when passing through the void dimension. They were both poignant but beautiful songs. Now that he thought about it carefully, if he ignored Gorgon's mature voice, the voice that Gorgon was making at this moment could be said to be exactly the same as Tiamat's voice. So, the current Gorgon was actually Tiamat, the true goddess of the monsters. The only change that happened to Gorgon's body could prove this point. The huge pair of twisted horns on his head was obviously not something that Gorgon could have. There were no rumors in Greek mythology of monsters with such strange horns that could petrify people. There were no such records in the adapted stories or the orthodox myths. The only difference between Gorgon at this singularity was that he had accepted Tiamat's authority. Obviously, the current Gorgon had indeed been assimilated by Tiamat. No wonder you can reproduce monster commanders that are several times stronger than servants. Wu-ming now understood how the strengthening type monsters and monster commanders came about. About 3 months ago, or even earlier, Gorgon, who was recuperating in the blood shrine and possessed Tiamat's authority, was assimilated by Tiamat's authority for some reasons that Wu-ming did not know. Chapter 967. Although there was only a slight difference in her appearance, she had been completely assimilated by Tiamat. It wouldn't be wrong to say that she was Tiamat now. The pair of huge and twisted horns were undoubtedly part of Tiamat's body, which was rumored to have a dragon's body. Moreover, looking at Gorgon's lifeless eyes, Wu-ming wasn't sure if he had completely lost his self-awareness. At least, that was what Wu-ming thought. At this moment, Gorgon didn't have the aura of an avenger. Instead, he was filled with motherly instincts, like a mother who overly spoiled her child. Wu-ming guessed that this assimilation probably occurred 3 months ago or even earlier. After that, Gorgon, who was assimilated by Tiamat, produced 10 powerful magical beast commanders. Together with the fake Enkidu, they formed a lineup of 11 magical beast commanders, which symbolized the 11 sons of Tiamat. But what puzzled Wu-ming was, what exactly caused Gorgon to be assimilated by Tiamat's authority? When Gorgon used Tiamat's authority to fight against Wu-ming, Wu-ming didn't see anything wrong with it. Gorgon looked as if he was completely in control of Tiamat's authority. Could it be that Gorgon's control over Tiamat's authority weakened after fighting with Wu-ming, which caused Gorgon to be assimilated by Tiamat's authority? Or was there some other reason, such as the unknown person who used Enkidu's body? No matter what, Gorgon is no longer Gorgon, but Tiamat. However, there was still one thing that Wu-ming was puzzled about. Gorgon's injuries hadn't healed on their own. Wu-ming slashed at Gorgon with the blade of salvation, but Gorgon blocked it with its tail. Naturally, there was a crack on its tail, and it had not recovered yet. In fact, there was no sign of recovery at all. This was very strange. Even if I'm assimilated, I shouldn't be unable to use authority, right? Wu-ming wondered. The assimilated Gorgon did not mean that he was no longer Gorgon. It was just that Tiamat was added to the foundation of Gorgon. Gorgon's consciousness was suppressed or disappeared because he could not defeat Tiamat. The one controlling Gorgon's body was probably Tiamat. However, this body's abilities shouldn't have disappeared, so why didn't the wound on Gorgon's tail heal? Wu-Ming had no idea what was going on. Then, Wu-Ming looked in the direction where the fake Enkidu left. That guy should know what's going on. Unfortunately, that guy escaped, and Wu-Ming was now entangled with Gorgon, who was controlled by Tiamat, so he couldn't chase after him and ask for an explanation. However, Wu-Ming didn't have time to think about it, because Gorgon, who was controlled by Tiamat, started attacking again. As Gorgon sang, several dark purple magic circles appeared in front of Gorgon's head, or more accurately, in front of Gorgon's eyes. Then, a black ray of light shot out from the magic circles towards Wu-Ming. Not only that, but the snake heads formed by Gorgon's hair were also brewing and shooting out the same black ray from time to time. Although these rays were not as big as the black ray of light, Wu-Ming knew very well that these rays were petrification rays that could petrify people. Whoosh! Wu-Ming's rapid movement caused the atmosphere to tremble. Wu-Ming danced in the black ray of light and flew towards Gorgon below. Wu-Ming used the Sword of Salvation to block the black ray from time to time, cut it from time to time, and dodge it from time to time. Gorgon's petrification rays did not affect Wu-Ming at all. Since there was no time for Wu-Ming to think, Wu-Ming decided not to think. Isn't Gorgon unable to heal himself? So let's cut Gorgon first before we talk about it. Wu-Ming approached Gorgon bit by bit. Gorgon's countless snake heads attacked Wu-Ming like giant pythons that could eat a person in one bite. In the next second, Wu-Ming's celestial lock extended, split, and lengthened, piercing or binding the snake heads. Enkidu, who had the property of restraining gods, was very effective against Gorgon's hair. Wu-Ming, on the other hand, moved towards Gorgon's head step by step along the snake heads. Wu-Ming used the martial arts engraved in his bones to cut Gorgon's snake heads up and down. Countless purple blood-like liquid flowed out of the snake heads. While dodging the purple blood, Wu-Ming also paid attention to the petrification rays that were shot at him from time to time. After all, not all of the snake heads were biting Wu-Ming. Many of them were charging up power to release petrification rays from afar. However, these petrification rays were either blocked by Wu-Ming's Sword of Salvation or dodged sideways. As a result, Gorgon could not catch or stop Wu-Ming at all. It could only watch as Wu-Ming approached it bit by bit. However, it was fortunate that the snake heads killed by Wu-Ming were in a state where they could not be restored, just like Gorgon. Otherwise, Wu-Ming would have a much harder time moving forward. The obstruction brought by the snake heads that could be restored infinitely and the obstruction brought by the snake heads that could not be restored were two different levels. After all, if it was the latter, the number of snake heads obstructing Wu-Ming would gradually decrease. But even if it was the former, Wu-Ming was not afraid at all. After all, he was a warrior trained by the Queen of the Country of Shadows, Skaha. Not only did he not drop his guard against the snakeheads around him, but he also swam through the sea of snakeheads with ease. If Musasp Benkei and Nuwakamaru saw this, they would definitely be full of praise for Wu-Ming's skills. Wu-Ming's martial arts were basically shelved because of Wu-Ming's fighting style, but this did not mean that Wu-Ming forgot the martial arts he learned, or that Wu-Ming did not know how to use them. How could he forget the martial arts he was trained by the Queen of the Country of Shadows, Skaha? Even now, Wu-Ming's body still trembled slightly when he recalled the experience of being trained by Skaha. It could only be said that not being a human played a big role. If he was an ordinary person, he would probably die in the middle of the training. Although Wu-Ming persevered, the hardships he went through were not enough to let others know. Cough cough. Wu-Ming took advantage of the fact that Gorgon could not stop him and sped up. Because he maintained his human form, Wu-Ming was quite small compared to Gorgon. The closer he got to Gorgon by Wu-Ming, the greater the contrast between him and Gorgon. Probably a little panicked because he could not stop Wu-Ming from advancing too quickly, Gorgon made a strange sound again. This time, the sound was full of unwillingness. However, Wu-Ming did not care whether Gorgon was willing or not. Even if Wu-Ming's eyes were fixed on Gorgon's eyes, Because Gorgon's eyes were already in a lifeless state, Wu Ming could not see anything. As for why Wu Ming paid attention to Gorgon's eyes, it was because Wu Ming wanted to attack Gorgon's eyes. After all, no matter the reason, it was true that Gorgon could not heal himself at the moment. Whether it was Gorgon's tail or Gorgon's snake hair, they all proved this. Therefore, Wu Ming planned to destroy Gorgon's demonic eyes of petrification first before thinking about other things. If Gorgon lost the demonic eyes of petrification, it could be said that Gorgon was a tiger without its teeth and claws. At best, it would only be a slightly bigger monster. There was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, the premise was that Gorgon had no other abilities after being assimilated by Tiamat's authority. However, Wu Ming did not know what exactly happened to Gorgon, nor did he know if the current Gorgon had any other abilities that Wu Ming did not know of. After all, the conclusion that Gorgon has been assimilated by Tiamat's authority was only Wu Ming's guess, although it was very likely to be the case. However, a guess was just a guess. It could only be used as backup information. Wu Ming lacked accurate information. Therefore, Wu Ming was taking a gamble. Or rather, he could only take a gamble. Bzzz Wu Ming, who was getting closer and closer to Gorgon, held the sword of salvation that was emitting a trace of electric light. That was the sign that the sword of salvation was accumulating the thunder of salvation. In the world of the deicide, the sword of salvation was a weapon specially created by the gods for Rama to slay the demon king. Not only was it the materialization of the Mantula formation that stored the gods' weapons, but it was also the embodiment of the weapon that slayed the demon king in Rama's story, the indestructible blade. Because Rama, as a hero, was the existence that dealt with the demon king, and Rama himself had the legend of slaying the demon king, Robona, the thunder of salvation that filled the sword of salvation was also a special attack against demons. Whether it was the demon king or monster, as long as there was demon in it, it would be included in the special attack range of the thunder of salvation. Gorgon's petrification ray undoubtedly had demon in it. The reason why it could easily split apart Gorgon's petrification ray was because of this special effect. This point was very similar to Rama's weapon, the indestructible blade. His weapon also had a special effect against demon. It could only be said that no matter which world Rama was from, there was indeed a similarity. And Wu Ming was going to use this thunder of salvation against the demonic nature to destroy Gorgon's demonic eye and make it half crippled. Looking at Gorgon's head that was only a few dozen meters away, Wu Ming suddenly jumped away from the snake hair that served as a runway to approach Gorgon. The distance of only a few dozen meters was a very close distance for Wu Ming, or for any servant, so Wu Ming directly jumped up and no longer used the snake hair as a runway to approach Gorgon. The snake hair that was used as a runway by Wu Ming directly exploded the moment Wu Ming jumped up. It was as if it was kicked by the powerful energy generated by Wu Ming's kick. This was enough to show how powerful Wu Ming was. Wu Ming, who was flying in the air, looked like he had lost his footing. This made the snake hair in the distance close in, ready to directly bite Wu Ming to death. However, Enkidu once again showed his power. Countless heavenly locks shot out from Wu Ming's body and pierced the snake heads on the snake hair. Not only did it prevent the snake hair from interfering with Wu Ming's actions, but it also allowed Wu Ming to take one step closer. The heavenly locks that wrapped around Wu Ming's body were like a swing. Along with the many snake heads that pierced into Wu Ming's body, the heavenly locks directly swung Wu Ming away. Coupled with the force of Wu Ming's jump, and the support from Wu Ming's telekinesis, this scene appeared on the scene. Wu Ming, who was still a few dozen meters away from Gorgon, used less than 0.01 seconds to arrive in front of Gorgon's head. To be more precise, he arrived in front of Gorgon's magic eyes of petrification. At that moment, Wu Ming also stabbed the sword of salvation into Gorgon's eyes and released the thunder of salvation that gathered on the sword of salvation. Explode. Sword of salvation. After accumulating for a long time, the thunder of salvation broke out in an unprecedented way. The moment it broke out, even Wu Ming was temporarily blinded. Besides the vast expanse of whiteness in front of Wu Ming, there was nothing else. It was almost a form of self-suggestion. When a person closed their eyes, their remaining senses, their ears, would become very useful. This was why students who liked to catch up on sleep between classes found the sound to be particularly loud. At this moment, Wu Ming's ears were filled with the deafening sound of thunder and the miserable cries of Gorgon. In the air, Wu Ming could even feel the strong wind caused by Gorgon shaking violently due to the pain. Listening to this mournful cry, Wu Ming inexplicably felt a trace of pity. However, now was not the time to think about this. Enkidu. Wu Ming, who had temporarily lost his vision, immediately shouted out Enkidu's name. Clatter. The sound of chains, accompanied by the sound of thunder and the miserable cries of Gorgon, filled Wu Ming's ears. At the same time, Wu Ming also felt the heaven lock firmly wrapped around his body. At the next moment, a different map appeared in Wu Ming's mind after activating his telekinesis. At the same time, Wu Ming, who had activated his telekinesis, also projected Gorgon's current situation into his mind. At this moment, Gorgon spread out its hands, its broken hair fluttering in the wind. It raised its head and roared at the sky. This extremely miserable scene appeared in Wu Ming's mind. Forcibly suppressing the inexplicable pity in his heart, Wu Ming looked at a certain direction on the ground and instantly threw Enkidu down. The end of the heaven lock was wrapped around Wu Ming's body. When Wu Ming threw the wedge of the heaven lock to the ground, Enkidu would bring Wu Ming away from Gorgon. Although Wu Ming, who was temporarily blinded, could still see, for the sake of safety, Wu Ming still wanted to get away from Gorgon first. It was inevitable that the other party had other abilities that Wu Ming did not know about. As expected, when Wu Ming felt that he was being dragged to the ground by Enkidu, something new happened to Gorgon. Chapter 968. A shrill female voice came out of Gorgon's mouth, a roar filled with hatred that would make anyone who heard it tremble in fear. Not only that, Gorgon's voice no longer sounded like a singing voice, it sounded more like the voice of Gorgon's own consciousness. The maternal aura of Gorgon had completely disappeared, and the aura of hatred that belonged to the Revenger filled Gorgon once again. All of this proved that Gorgon had turned back into Gorgon. Kingu. Where are you? Kingu. My eyes. My eyes. Kingu. Where are you? Come back to me. Gorgon let out a terrifying roar as he covered his eyes that were bleeding purple blood with both hands. Not only that, but Gorgon's snake hair and injured tail that had been cut off by Wu Ming were also recovering at a slow but visible speed. It can heal itself. Wu Ming was confused. Could it be that Gorgon was not completely assimilated by Tiamat's authority? Could it be that it was only the surface that was assimilated, and it would heal if it was seriously injured? Just as Wu Ming was puzzled, a large amount of black semiliquid suddenly emerged from Gorgon's wounds that had not fully recovered. It was the origin black soil. Wu Ming could feel the power of the origin black soil contained within it. The origin black soil reacted with the wounds caused by Wu Ming's blade of salvation, further increasing Gorgon's pain. His roar gradually became louder than that of a magical beast. Could it be that the reason why Gorgon was assimilated by Tiamat's authority was because of the origin black soil? Just as Wu Ming was thinking, Enkidu had already pulled Wu Ming to the ground. Wu Ming didn't need to use any force. He easily stood on the ground, stirring up a cloud of sand. What the hell is going on? Looking at Gorgon, who was some distance away from him, Wu Ming was not in a hurry to make his next move. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Gorgon, who seemed to have been assimilated by Tiamat, did not have the slightest trace of the black origin mud in his body and was unable to heal himself. However, Gorgon, who had been severely injured, broke away from Tiamat's assimilation and leaked the black origin mud from his body. Furthermore, Gorgon's self-healing ability had also returned. Most importantly, who was the Kingu that Gorgon mentioned? In the legends, the son and companion of Tiamat, the god who led 11 magical beasts against the gods but was killed. This was the story of Kingu in myths, and Wu Ming knew this as well. However, there was no such thing as Kingu in this singularity, right? Wait a minute. Wu Ming suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the guy who used Enkidu's body was Kingu? However, Wu Ming was once again puzzled. If it was really Kingu who used Enkidu's body, it was impossible for him to be affected by Enkidu's body. Whether it was the reaction of the fake Enkidu when Wu Ming left last time, or the reaction of the fake Enkidu when he left just now, it meant that the fake Enkidu was affected by the reaction of Enkidu's body to Wu Ming and the real Enkidu. If it was a god of the same generation as deity, and how could Kingu be affected by the residual memory of less than 100 years? If it was really Kingu, it would definitely not be affected by Enkidu's body, and it would definitely completely crush the residual memory of Enkidu's body. The Kingu that Gorgon mentioned could only be the fake Enkidu who used Enkidu's body. Other than him, there shouldn't be anyone else on the magical beast side, right? Or was the real Kingu hiding in the dark? As expected, I still have to find him and ask him clearly. Wu Ming was naturally referring to the fake Enkidu. However, before the first wave of trouble subsided, Ishtar used the connection she established with Wu Ming to ask for help from Wu Ming. Hyunryong, this is a big crisis. I'm going to die. Hurry up and give me mana. Ishtar's impolite words were transmitted into Wu Ming's mind. This gave Wu Ming a fright. Wu Ming immediately checked Ishtar's mana, but it was completely empty. Not only that, Ishtar was constantly being attacked, and her spiritual base was slowly being damaged. Could it be that she encountered a magical beast commander? That was most likely the case. After thinking about it carefully, it was possible to arrange a magical beast commander in the Persian Gulf, such as the one that was based on the mass-produced magical beast Kururu. It was probably that the magical beast commander was hiding underwater, waiting for Ishtar to exhaust her mana after dealing with other mass-produced magical beasts before attacking Ishtar. This caused Ishtar to be unable to fight back. But, remember to be more polite next time. With this sentence, the last arrow-shaped mana crystal on the back of Wu Ming's right hand disappeared, and Ishtar, who was in the Persian Gulf, was instantly filled with mana. Understood. Ishtar replied to Wu Ming through the connection between the contract, and then began to counterattack. At this point, the 3 mana crystals prepared for Ishtar were exhausted. When Wu Ming transferred mana to Ishtar, Gorgon became more extreme. Kingu. My son. Come to my side. Kingu. Did you betray me? His rationality was gradually suppressed by pain and anger. Magical beast. My sons. Your mother needs you. As if connected by blood, Gorgon's roar could only be heard a few kilometers away, but the mass-produced magical beasts in the Mesopotamia seemed to have heard Gorgon's words. Their eyes turned completely scarlet, and their bodies grew several times in an instant. Whether it was speed or strength, they had an unprecedented increase. It was as if they had entered a berserk mode. The soldiers at the front line of the North Wall were caught off guard by these enhanced magical beasts. For a moment, the soldiers' routine tactics to deal with the magical beasts were broken. Several magical beasts rushed to the iron gate under the North Wall and launched an attack. Even the gate was broken. The North Wall was in great danger. The magical beast commander's strength was also enhanced. Ishtar, who was originally supported by Wu Ming's mana, regained her advantage and blocked the attacks of the mermaid Kururu and the mermaid Kururu. However, for some reason, the magical beasts of Kururu were suddenly enhanced, and this caught Ishtar off guard. This, what the hell is going on? Ishtar cried as she helplessly retreated. If she did not retreat, she would be surrounded by the magical beasts in the Persian Gulf today. The Persian Gulf was in great danger. Chapter 969. The same great danger also existed in the territory of the feathered serpent god. In the southern jungle, Yushu Mugger, who was fighting the feathered serpent god, was about to retreat. The mass-produced Yushu Mugger he brought with him had basically been wiped out by another group of humans who had rushed over to provide support. But at this moment, just like the other magical beast commanders, Yushu Mugger also sensed the call of the mother goddess. Yushu Mugger also entered a temporary berserk mode. This time, Yushu Mugger, who originally wanted to retreat temporarily, did not retreat anymore. He charged directly at the leopard man and quizzed. For a moment, Yushu Mugger, who was much faster than before, did not allow the leopard man to react in time. Half of her body was torn apart by Yushu Mugger's claws, and she was sent flying by the inertia caused by Yushu Mugger's attack. Leopard man? Quizzed was shocked. Why did this Yushu Mugger suddenly go berserk? But now, Quizzard did not have time to think, because Yushu Mugger charged at her with extreme speed and used his huge claws to press down on Quizzard. Great danger. Gudazi and the others, who had been asked by the Leopard Man and Quizzard to be in charge of eliminating the mass-produced Yushu Mugger, were not in a good situation either. Gudazi and the others had joined the Feathered Serpent Gods group and were gradually wiping out the mass-produced Yushu Mugger. They were even prepared to help deal with the commander Yushu Mugger. But because of Gorgon, although the number of mass-produced Yushu Muggles had been reduced to a certain extent, each mass-produced Yushu Muggles had become more powerful. Originally, Marshu could deal with 2 or 3 mass-produced Yushu Muggles, but now, it was difficult for Marshu to deal with 1 mass-produced Yushu Muggles. At the same time, Merlin was half-kneeling on the ground for some reason and vomiting blood. Gudazi and the others were also panicking because of Merlin's sudden change. Merlin, what's wrong with you? Gudazi was escorted to Merlin's side by Matthew, and she asked with concern. Merlin shifted his posture and leaned against a rock beside him in a slumped posture. However, Merlin still acted as if he was about to die. Something happened to Tiamat's seal, but it doesn't matter. The seal hasn't been completely broken, and I can still hold on. Cough cough. Merlin said something that Gudazi couldn't understand while coughing up more blood. Mr. Merlin, are you sure there's no problem? Once again, Marshu struggled to kick away an attacking Yushu Mugger. She could not help but turn to look at Merlin. Merlin's current situation was really worrying. The amount of blood he vomited should be enough for him to leave the stage, right? Ahaha tilde it's okay. After all, I'm not a human. It's normal for me to vomit more blood than a human. At this point, Merlin still smiled humorously. After that, the sound of chains came from beside everyone. Since Merlin said so, then he must be fine. She beheaded 1 or 2 Yushu Mugger that wanted to sneak up on her with her scythe. She dodged the sputtering purple blood from the demonic beast's wounds and jumped to Gudazi and the other's side. The sound of chains came from the chains on Anna's scythe. Ahaha tilde Anna, you're still as sharp-tongued as ever tilde show some concern for me tilde Merlin laughed. I'm just telling the truth. Although Anna really wanted to kill Merlin, there was no doubt that Merlin had the highest tacit understanding with Anna. Since Merlin said so, then he was not forcing himself. He must be fine, at least he would not leave the stage. After Anna finished speaking, she looked in the direction of the north wall and then left to kill other mass-produced demonic beasts. Even if the demonic beasts were strengthened, they would still die as long as their heads were cut off. This was the disadvantage of demonic beasts as beasts. By the way, Senior, should we let Mr. Merlin retreat? Looking at Merlin's condition, if no one was watching, a demonic beast might come and take him away. Matthew was really worried. Don't worry. Although I'm a little weak now, I still have means to protect myself. Anna will kill the other mass-produced demonic beasts. You guys go and support Quizzard. Don't worry about me. But, however, when Matthew was about to say something, Gudazi interrupted Matthew. Let's go, Matthew. We have to believe in Merlin. This was a very important point that Gudazi had learned along the way, to believe in one's companions. That's right. I don't want to die meaninglessly. After all, I still have an important mission. Merlin's eyes flashed with a rare trace of seriousness. Yes, I know, Senior. Mr. Merlin too. Take care. Then, Gudazi and Matthew left Merlin to support Quizzard. After all, before the demonic beasts were inexplicably strengthened again, they had been reduced to a considerable number by everyone. Therefore, there were not many mass-produced Yushu Muggles. In addition, Anna was constantly cleaning up, so there were basically no mass-produced Yushu Muggles. However, the so-called fish that slipped through the net still existed. A few Yushu Muggles somehow came behind Merlin, who was sitting on the ground. They were silent, like wild beasts about to capture their prey. One of the mass-produced Yushu Muggles seemed to want to be the first beast to eat the crab. It was one step faster than the other mass-produced demonic beasts and slowly approached Merlin, while the other demonic beasts were in a state of observation. The demonic beasts could sense that the existence in front of them had a lot of magic power and was probably not to be trifled with. Therefore, when faced with such an enemy, one of the demonic beasts would often take the lead to test the waters. When this mass-produced Yushu Muggles was almost close to Merlin, Merlin was still in a state of not noticing anything unusual. In the end, this Yushu Muggles suddenly jumped up and pounced directly at Merlin's neck. It looked like it wanted to bite off Merlin's neck in one breath. However, before this mass-produced Yushu Muggles could land in the air, a bright holy sword pierced through its head, and it died instantly. This posed a threat to the remaining demonic beasts who wanted to attack Merlin. They were so scared that they scrambled in other directions. However, Merlin would not leave a passerby who might be attacked by these escaping demonic beasts in the lurch. Merlin raised his staff and gently tapped the ground. Several beams as thick as light cannons were fired at the demonic beasts who had not yet run far. The last wails of the demonic beasts reached Merlin's ears. There was no doubt that they had hit. "I really am a magician, Tilda." Chapter 970. These were the words of a court magician whose swordsmanship was better than King Arthur's. Following that, Merlin threw the fake Excalibur in his other hand far away, along with the magic beast carcass on the fake sacred sword, far away from Merlin. Phew! Fortunately, the seal was not completely broken. Really, did Gorgon come directly to the north wall to fight with the Villo? After muttering a few words, Merlin closed his eyes and sneaked into the dream to begin the repair of Tiamat's seal. While the various lines of defense in Mesopotamia were in crisis, Wu Ming also faced a new situation. Although Wu Ming was very worried about the North Wall, the jungle, and the Persian Gulf, he had to deal with the matter at hand. After Gorgon roared at the sky like a madman, a giant dark green snake appeared in front of Wu Ming. However, there were traces of slight corrosion on the ground leading to the North Wall. It seemed that this poisonous snake came from the North Wall. So that's how it is, the monster commander hiding in the dark is responsible for attacking the North Wall. Wu Ming instantly understood why this giant monster appeared here. It was probably summoned by Gorgon and rushed here from the front line to support Gorgon. Roar! The giant dark green snake roared at Wu Ming. Not only that, but when the other party roared, an outrageous amount of purple saliva fell to the ground, instantly causing an extremely violent corrosion reaction on the bare ground. Obviously, its mouth contained a shocking amount of venom. With this alone, Wu Ming recognized the identity of the other party. The big poisonous snake Basumu. Although it was said to be a poisonous snake, it looked more like a dragon. Especially at the back of its head, there was a pair of soft horns full of barbs. Moreover, its entire head looked incomparably hard, as if it was wearing a helmet. Its two pairs of four large eyes were emitting a red light, looking quite horrifying. However, although it was a dragon, Basumu only had a pair of forelimbs. In addition, there was a long tail. Countless dark green scales were attached to the long tail like armor. There was also an unusually sturdy breastplate above the forelimbs. Not only that, but both sides of Basumu's body, spine, and tail were also full of spikes, especially the spikes on the tail. Not only that, these spikes were also shining with dark green light and looked full of venom, but the degree of venom was not as strong as the venom in Basumu's mouth. Wu Ming judged this because of the degree of corrosion of the road leading to the North Wall. This guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Wu Ming saw Basumu's uniqueness at a glance. First of all, Wu Ming had never encountered any mass-produced versions of Basumu. It was obvious that this was the only prototype of Basumu. This also meant that this Ba Shomu's specialized Ba Shomu was the first and only one. Secondly, this Basumu's body was covered with an unusually sturdy armor that could be seen with the naked eye. It was obvious that this was added by someone at a later stage. In other words, this Basumu's body was quite fragile and needed a sturdy armor. This was completely different from the other magical beast commanders. The other magical beast commanders had extremely tough bodies. Euladim could withstand Wu Ming's multiple spells without dying. Euladim was also completely killed by Ereshkigal's attacks several times. Basumu, on the other hand, gave people the feeling that his body was extremely fragile. However, sacrificing his physical strength also meant that Basumu must have strengths in other aspects. For example, Basumu's venom. Regardless of the time, place, or even the world, poison was something that people feared and avoided. Although its scale was not as big as a natural disaster, its degree of terror was no less than a natural disaster. Whether in mythology or history, there were many heroes who were killed by poison. The most typical example was the teacher of the Greek heroes that Wu Ming met in the Holy Grail War of the 14 Horsemen and the American Singularity, the Greek god Charon, who was of the same generation as Zeus. Charon, who was poisoned to death by the venom of the viper Hydra, could be said to be the most typical example. Since there were heroes who were poisoned to death, there were also many poison experts. The most typical example was Semiramis, who had poisoned Mordred half to death in the Holy Grail War of the 14 Horsemen. She was evaluated in history as the oldest poison killer. After becoming a heroic spirit, Semiramis' poison was undoubtedly fatal to her servants. Semiramis' control of poison had almost reached the peak. At that time, when Wu Ming intervened in the Holy Grail War between the Black and Red sides, most of the masters of the Red side were poisoned by Semiramis. They were controlled under the condition that they did not die. From this, it could be seen how powerful Semiramis' control of poison was. Moreover, not only was she a poison expert, it was said that in her hanging garden of Babylon, there was a big venomous snake. That's right, it was one of the 11 sons of Tiamat in front of Wu Ming, the big venomous snake, Basumu. Wu Ming didn't know where Basumu in Semiramis' hanging garden of Babylon came from, but after all, Semiramis was the queen of Assyria in the Mesopotamia region, so it was not surprising that Basumu existed in her hanging garden of Babylon. Basumu, who existed in the hanging garden of Babylon, could be said to be Semiramis' ghost card. If there was no accident, when she used this ghost card on the enemy would undoubtedly die, whether it was a servant or a human. Of course, there was an exception to the existence of special abilities. In short, the Basumu in front of him was powerful. In Wu Ming's view, even if all the other demonic beast commanders were added together, they would not be able to defeat Basumu. If you want to ask why, for example, now. Basumu opened his mouth in the direction of Wu Ming, and countless purple liquid spurted out. It was like a flash flood, like a tsunami, sweeping over Wu Ming. The speed was so fast that Wu Ming almost couldn't react. Wu Ming, who was frowning, instantly jumped up and flew into the air. He even smelled a trace of poison. It was reasonable to say that even if it was a servant, after smelling such a trace of poison, there would be severe adverse reactions. But unfortunately, Wu Ming was immune to negative effects such as poison. This was all due to the effect of the dragon body. Wu Ming, who cheated every day, naturally made this spiritual base according to his body. Therefore, Wu Ming's spiritual base should also be immune to poison. However, the spiritual base was a spiritual base after all, not the body. The spiritual base was definitely much weaker than the body, so Wu Ming would definitely be affected by negative effects. Just like if Wu Ming was hit by Gorgon's petrification ray, he would definitely enter a slow petrification state. Therefore, Wu Ming avoided the petrification ray. Wu Ming's current spiritual base was equivalent to having a great resistance to negative effects. Chapter 971. Wu Ming wasn't afraid of the trace of poisonous gas produced by Basumu's poison. Even if he inhaled the poisonous gas into his body, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the immunity effect would have some effect. But if it was a sea of poison on the scale of a flood, it would be a different story. Moreover, looking at the poisonous liquid that was rapidly spreading on the ground below like a flood, Wu Ming inexplicably felt a trace of disgust. This made Wu Ming feel that it would be better for him to fly into the sky. Let's not talk about other things first. This poisonous liquid looked really disgusting. After all, it was spat out by Basumu's mouth. This made Wu Ming directly reject the plan of using the Heaven Lock to deal with Basumu. Even if Enkidu wasn't afraid of poison, he didn't want Enkidu to be stained with this stuff. He guessed that Enkidu wouldn't want to either. The venom spread all over the ground, and even Gorgon was caught in it. But for some reason, Gorgon wasn't affected by the poisonous liquid. Was it because he was the goddess of magical beasts, or was he affected by the black mud? Looking at Gorgon, whose wounds had completely healed, Wu Ming couldn't help but think so. The black mud gushing out of Gorgon's wounds had also stopped, but the black mud didn't spread. It just wrapped around Gorgon's body. That was why Wu Ming guessed that it was because of the black mud that Gorgon wasn't affected by the poisonous liquid. Then Wu Ming flew directly to Gorgon. Due to the recovery of his self-healing ability, Gorgon's magic eye that was originally destroyed by Wu Ming was now slowly recovering. The magic eye was a big killer for Gorgon, but it was also a very troublesome existence for Wu Ming, so Wu Ming couldn't wait for Gorgon's magic eye to recover. The so-called take advantage of someone's illness was the current situation. Gorgon's demon eye had yet to recover, and the snake hair alone was not enough to stop Wu Ming's advance. Therefore, Gorgon could be said to be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by Wu Ming. However, Ba Xiaomu would not let Wu Ming kill Gorgon. Ba Xiaomu was like a loach, slipping through the sea of venom it spewed out. In an instant, he arrived in front of Wu Ming, blocking his path. Roar. Following Ba Xiaomu's roar, countless amounts of venom were sprayed out by Ba Xiaomu, which made Wu Ming instantly retreat far away. "You're really annoying." Wu Ming, who had retreated to a distance and cursed, raised the divine blade of salvation. Holy light gathered on the divine blade of salvation, gradually illuminating the surroundings like a flash bomb. Divine blade of salvation, show the light of salvation and bring peace to the world. With the infusion of magic power from Wu Ming, the venom was illuminated by the light of the divine blade of salvation. In the next second, the venom began to gradually dissipate as if it had met its natural enemy. It did not turn into gas, but directly disappeared. As the name suggested, the light of salvation that came with the divine blade of salvation had a strong effect on these filthy things. Not only did the divine blade of salvation have an effect on the venom, but it also reacted to Ba Xiaomu, who released it. Roar. Ba Xiaomu let out a blood-curdling scream, as if a vampire was directly exposed to the sun. His whole body emitted purple smoke. Ah! Gorgon seemed to be slightly affected as well. A trace of the power of the divine blade of salvation reacted to the black mud on Gorgon's body, causing Gorgon great pain. "My son! My Ba Xiaomu! Destroy him!" Gorgon roared as if he had gone mad. He felt even more abnormal than before. However, Ba Xiaomu could not take care of himself at this moment. Like a loach, he rolled around in the gradually disappearing sea of venom. But in the next second, as if it had reached its limit, the black mud on Gorgon's body began to spread. At this moment, Gorgon was like a fountain of black mud gushing out endlessly. A large amount of black mud covered the venom on the ground, and Ba Xiaomu was also covered by the black mud. Not good. Wu Ming could not help but be shocked. He knew better than anyone what would happen to an existence eroded by the black mud. Every existence eroded by the black mud would become hostile to Wu Ming, and their strength would greatly increase. Sure enough, Ba Xiaomu, who was no longer rolling around after being covered by the black mud, slowly stood up. His originally dark green body had turned into a black snake, and his forelimbs had disappeared for some reason. It could be said that he had turned into a snake in the truest sense. Gorgon, who had become the fountain of the black mud, was now completely covered by the black mud. She abandoned Wu Ming and walked towards the north wall, which surprised Wu Ming. If Gorgon went to the north wall, then the people in the north wall would definitely be finished. Even if they had servants, it would be useless. Gorgon, who had obtained Tiamat's authority, could not be dealt with by the number of servants. Now that he was covered by the black mud, it was really a big crisis. Wu Ming subconsciously wanted to stop Gorgon, but someone stopped him first. Hiss. Ba Xiaomu, who had turned into a black snake, appeared in front of Wu Ming. He made a strange roar and directly opened his mouth to bite Wu Ming. In an instant, Wu Ming was swallowed by Ba Xiaomu. However, a few seconds later, a light appeared on Ba Xiaomu's stomach. The next second, the light exploded and Wu Ming flew out from it. Because of the light of salvation, Wu Ming was not contaminated with the poison. No, it should be said that he was not contaminated with the black mud. Ba Xiaomu, who had been eroded by the black mud, had turned into black mud. His mouth and stomach were full of black mud, but it was also full of poison. This guy's speed has become a lot faster. If Wu Ming could still look down on Ba Xiaomu before, now that Wu Ming was facing Ba Xiaomu who had been eroded by the black mud, he could no longer do so. The previous Ba Xiaomu was only poisonous, but now Ba Xiaomu was not only poisonous and had the black mud, but his physical fitness was also much stronger than the other monster commanders Wu Ming had seen. Looking in the direction of Gorgon, Wu Ming found that there was a big hole in the direction Gorgon was going, and Gorgon was long gone. It seemed that Gorgon had drilled into the ground through this hole. However, Gorgon's destination would not change. It was definitely going to the north wall. However, Wu Ming could not leave now. As for why, Wu Ming split Ba Xiaomu, who was rushing over, with his sword, and frowned more and more. It was a fact that he could not leave, but he could not let this guy go. The current Gorgon was dangerous, but the current Ba Xiaomu was even more dangerous. Its poison and black mud were much more dangerous than Gorgon. Wu Ming held the blade of salvation horizontally in his hand, and his face became firm. He had to get rid of this guy here. Chapter 972. Raw. Wu Ming swung the blade of salvation and rushed towards Basiyumu. The blade of salvation with the black root soil was a lethal weapon for Basiyumu at this moment. Hiss. Ba Xiaomu wasn't afraid of Wu Ming either. He let out a strange roar and also charged at Wu Ming. Basiyumu quickly swung his body, which had become more agile after losing his forelimbs, in an attempt to distract Wu Ming so that Wu Ming could not determine from which side he would attack from. However, Wu Ming did not pay attention to Basiyumu's head at all. He stared closely at a certain part of Basiyumu's body, the so-called 7 inches part. Wu Ming did not know if the so-called 7 inches was Basiyumu's weakness, but Wu Ming had seen before that Basiyumu's body was covered by an extremely thick breastplate from the head down to the chest. Defense naturally existed in the strongest part, but it was often the weakest part. It was precisely because it was weak that it needed the strongest defense. Just like how Gudazi, as a master, was extremely weak, so she needed Matthew's protection. It was the same principle. Therefore, Wu Ming guessed that the part of Basiyumu's chest that was covered with armor was its weakness. Basiyumu and Wu Ming did not slow down at all. At the moment when they were about to meet, Basiyumu launched an attack from Wu Ming's left side by constantly swaying, opening his poisonous mouth to bite Wu Ming. Looking at the huge poisonous needle in Basiyumu's mouth, if this bite hit, Wu Ming was afraid that he would directly leave. However, Wu Ming turned a deaf ear to this poisonous mouth and stared straight at Basiyumu's chest. I am the strongest and the one who holds all victory in my hands. No matter if it is a human or a demon, I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. Giant with supreme power, give me your aid. Wu Ming's words left his mouth. In an instant, just as Ba Xiaomu's fangs were about to touch Wu Ming's skin, a golden substance appeared on Wu Ming's body and blocked Ba Xiaomu's attack. That was the byproduct of the giant incarnation. It was the substance that could form a golden giant around Wu Ming. Then, Wu Ming chanted the spirit of words. All Evilders, be afraid of my power. Now, I will obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 dragons. What the majestic me brings is the mark of the dragon seed that calls for victory. After the incantation, the golden substance instantly condensed and attached itself to Wu Ming in the form of a dragonoid. It then grabbed Basumu in its hand. This was the effect of the dragon seed incarnation on the giant incarnation. Ba Xiaomu, who had never seen such a scene, was shocked. He tried to break free from the dragonoid's hand, but to no avail. That was to be expected. The giant incarnation had unparalleled strength, while the dragon seed incarnation had the attribute of a dragon. In terms of strength, Ba Xiaomu was inferior to the giant incarnation. In terms of attribute, Ba Xiaomu also had the attribute of a dragon. No matter what, it would be defeated. For a moment, Ba Xiaomu was at his wit's end. However, Ba Xiaomu's strongest point had always been his poison. Sizzle, the dragonoid's hand that grabbed Ba Xiaomu began to dissolve because of the poison on Ba Xiaomu's body. But Wu Ming didn't have the slightest knowledge of this. Wu Ming raised the divine blade of salvation, and an identical divine blade of salvation appeared in the giant dragonoid's hand. However, the divine blade of salvation was made of pure energy just like the dragonoid. However, this divine blade of salvation in the form of energy also had the power of the divine blade of salvation in Wu Ming's hand. Divine blade of salvation, burst forth with the thunder of salvation, help me eliminate the world's suffering. Along with Wu Ming's words, the dragonoid raised the divine blade of salvation in its hand. Catcher. Suddenly, a thunder from the cloudless sky suddenly fell on the divine blade of salvation, and the entire divine blade of salvation made of energy instantly became real. It felt like a real divine blade of salvation. The whole Mesopotamia seemed to have heard the thunder. Whether it was demonic beasts, humans, or servants, they couldn't help but look up at the sky. But then they returned to the matter in front of them, which was fighting. On Wu Ming's side, Ba Shomu, who was tightly held in the dragonoid's hand, showed fear. He was already struggling, but now he was struggling even more fiercely as if his body was about to break. Catcher. Another thunder, but the sound was not as loud as before. Splat. Ba Shomu, who had been cut in half, kept flopping on the ground like a dehydrated fish. The broken part was the part below the head and above the chest, which was the so-called 7 inches. This caused Ba Shomu, who had been cut in half, to look like his tail was several times longer than his head. Ba Shomu did not break in half by himself, but by the divine blade of salvation. The second thunder came from the divine blade of salvation, which was what Ba Shomu wanted. He successfully escaped from the dragonoid's hand. However, Ba Shomu, who had escaped from the dragonoid's hand and fell to the ground, slowly stopped flopping. It seemed like Wu Ming's guess was right. That was Ba Shomu's weakness. Enemies eroded by the black origin mud would indeed pose a threat to Wu Ming, but not every enemy was as powerful as Jisha. Even if Ba Shomu was strengthened by the black origin mud, he was still no match for Wu Ming after Wu Ming attacked his weakness. However, as the saying goes, cut the grass and dig up the roots. Who knew if Ba Shomu was faking it? It would be bad if Ba Shomu bit Wu Ming when he let his guard down or left Wu Ming. After all, snakes were also creatures that knew how to deceive. The dragonoid raised the divine blade of salvation again, but this time it was not the thunder of salvation, but the light of salvation. A flame appeared at the tip of the divine blade of salvation. The flame gradually grew bigger, and slowly became an existence comparable to the sun. Wu Ming had used this sun many times. This was another way to use the light of salvation. The original illumination of all things was only a low-level light of salvation. When it turned into a flame, it was the true manifestation of the light of salvation. It was a light that was enough to kill Ba Shomu. Hiss. Ba Shomu let out a strange roar again, but this time, his voice was filled with the fear of death. Purify the filth, light of salvation. As Wu Ming whispered softly, the sun on the divine blade of salvation was like a fountain of flames. It continued to radiate flames to the surroundings, enveloping Ba Shomu, the black origin mud on his body, and the poison that was mixed with the black origin mud in the surroundings. The black origin mud and the poison were all destroyed by the light of salvation, which contained the power of the origin. Ba Shomu, on the other hand, died completely in the sound of burning flames. Chapter 973. While Wu Ming was killing Bat Shumu, the beasts in the north wall were resting. The reason was that the commanders of the beasts were fighting near the north wall. Behind a relatively hidden mound, a gigantic 7-headed serpent was fighting with a white-clothed green-haired man. The two were precisely Musamaf and the fake that had taken over Enkidu's body. However, he couldn't be called the fake Enkidu, so he decided to call him Jin Jiyu for now. As a huge 7-headed snake, Muzu didn't rush up to fight with Jin Jiyu. Instead, he fought with Jin Jiyu like a kite, as if he didn't want to launch a severe attack on Jin Jiyu, but also didn't want Jin Jiyu to leave. Kingu had a tangled expression on his face. As the son of the Warcraft goddess, Jin Jiyu had heard Gorgon's roar just now. Although Jin Jiyu was helpless to be regarded as a traitor by Gorgon, it could not be helped. He did not say it in front of that person, Otherwise his brain would be affected. There was another thing that made Kingu feel helpless. The other commanders really treated him as a traitor. He wasn't a traitor. Even if he was, he couldn't fight with Musamaf, who was also a commander. Fortunately, Musamaf didn't have the intention to fight. Musamaf, I know you are afraid of me. You don't have to be like this. I don't have the intention to betray Mother. Musamaf was known to be a two-faced fence-sitter among the demon commanders. In the beginning, because there were more humanoid demon commanders than beast-type demon commanders, Musamaf had the intention to switch sides with the humanoid demon commanders. When he and Yukar fell into the underworld that was blasted open by Ishtar, he even used Yukar to send him to Ereshki Gal to his death, thus covering his escape from the underworld. After that, when he saw that the humanoid demon commanders had lost their advantage, he turned back to the beast-type demon commanders. Jin Jiyu himself wasn't interested in the division of magical beast commanders, but even he couldn't help but feel extreme disgust towards Musamaf, who was two-faced and disobedient in public but opposed in private. In Kingu's view, this guy wasn't qualified to be his brother. After Gorgon issued an urgent command to the diamonds, Basumu, who was commanding the diamonds to attack the north wall with Musamaf, rushed to Gorgon's side. Musamaf, who had volunteered to stay behind, was given the order by Basumu to kill Jin Jiyu, who had betrayed their mother goddess. However, Musamaf was a two-faced and cowardly commander. How could he fight Kingu to the death? This made Kingu look down on Musamaf even more. I think you have felt it too. Basumu has just died. The reason why you are here is because you are afraid of being killed by that man. That man will come here soon. If you continue to waste time with me, you will be killed by that man in the end. The commanders of the beasts had telepathy. Kingu had felt it when Basumu was killed by Wuming. Kingu believed that Musamaf must have felt it too, and Kingu was prepared to use this to scare Musamaf away. However, the cowardly Musamaf didn't show any signs of retreating even though his 7 heads showed a trace of fear. This was because he had also sensed that his mother goddess was rushing over. The fear on Musamaf's 7 heads was only because he was afraid of the man Kingu had mentioned. He had stayed behind voluntarily because he was afraid of being killed by that man when he went to support his mother goddess. Sure enough, Basumu, who had gone to support his mother goddess, was killed. Although that man had already begun to rush over, the mother goddess was also rushing over. In fact, the mother goddess was 1 step ahead of that man. With the protection of the mother goddess, there was no need for him to be afraid. Catcher. A huge figure appeared from this huge rift valley. It was Gorgon, who had been corroded by the black mud. The originally pure white wings with a hint of gold had turned pitch black, and the purple snake hair had also turned dark purple. The originally pitch black scales had become even more filthy, as if they were full of curses. Finally, Gorgon's originally pure white skin was now shrouded in a black fog. Only his demonic eyes still shone with an ominous purple light. Being tainted by the black mud in the Rift Valley, Gorgon had become even crazier than an avenger. Kingu, you betrayed me. Gorgon, whose mind was already somewhat abnormal, bent down with a ferocious expression. He looked at Kingu in front of him and roared furiously, filled with the desire for revenge. Mother, you were too anxious and made the wrong judgment. As the child of the goddess of magical beasts, I would never betray her. Kingu faced Gorgon's huge head without showing any signs of being misunderstood. There was only calmness and a smile on his face. Gorgon widened her purple demonic eyes and looked at Kingu crazily without saying a word. After a short while, Gorgon slowly raised her body, perhaps admitting that she had made the wrong judgment. In short, Gorgon didn't look for trouble with Kingu. Kingu smiled when he saw this and then flew to Gorgon's ear. Mother, the landing of Karuru in the Persian Gulf was very successful, and Uzumugga is also entangled with Quizzard. Now we just need to break through the north wall and the humans will be in our pocket. Without responding to Kingu, Gorgon directly began to give orders. Magical beast. Listen to my orders. The magical sound like a sound wave filled the minds of the magical beasts in the north wall. The magical beasts that were resting at the north wall all stood up. Destroy the humans. As soon as Gorgon's order came out, countless magical beasts rushed to the north wall. Musu also rushed to the north wall with the magical beasts. It could be seen that although Musu was two-faced and timid, as long as it was the order of the goddess, he would carry it out to the end. This was also the reason why Kingu didn't take the opportunity to get rid of Musu even though he hated him. When the guards on the northern wall saw this scene, they all became absent-minded. Some of them even dropped their weapons. They were desperate. Chapter 974. It's really come to this. Despair filled their hearts. Seeing this, Leonidas silently made a judgment. However, they couldn't be blamed for this. Facing the gigantic serpent god Gorgon in the distance and facing so many magical beasts, even Leonidas, who had led 300 men to fight against tens of thousands of enemies, couldn't help but feel fear. If they were facing an army of humans, perhaps they wouldn't lose their fighting spirit. However, they were facing incomprehensible magical beasts. After all, magical beasts weren't humans. They were existences that couldn't be defeated in a one-on-one battle. In the face of magical beasts that outnumbered the soldiers by several times, it was natural that the soldiers would choose to give up and despair. However, even if everyone gave up, Leonidas wouldn't give up. People could fall into confusion and despair, but he couldn't. Because he was the epitome of history, the hero of human history. He was the undead spirit that led humans to the future. Since the people were in despair, then as a heroic spirit, he had to give them hope. Since they couldn't stop the magical beasts, then he would be the one to stop them. Leonidas had promised Wu Ming that he would defend the northern wall while Wu Ming wasn't around. Even if they had only met a few times, Leonidas wouldn't go back on his word. With that thought in mind, Leonidas jumped off the north wall and landed in front of one of the portals. "General Leonidas!" Some of them shouted in fright, but most of them were already speechless. Ignoring the situation of the people on the northern wall, Leonidas looked straight ahead and silently watched the diamonds charging towards him. Step by step, he walked forward. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. At this moment, Leonidas was nervous and afraid, but more than that, he was excited from the bottom of his heart. This scene was much more magnificent than when he led 300 elites to fight against the Persian army. When he faced the Persian army, he was nervous, afraid, and other negative emotions. He was afraid that he would fail, and if he failed, his family and the people of Sparta would be ravaged by the Persian army. Leonidas was worried about everything. However, something happened. While Leonidas was nervous, it was his 300 friends who were watching. In the end, they helped Leonidas resolve the confusion in his heart. Therefore, even if he had become a heroic spirit and a servant, Leonidas didn't think that he was the one who stopped the Persian army at the hot spring gate. That was the shared glory of the 300 Spartans, including Leonidas. And this glory that belonged to the 300 Spartans had been sublimated into his noble phantasm. At some point, blue flames appeared behind Leonidas as he walked forward, and the number of flames was still increasing. That was the soul fire. Countless soul fires turned into human figures. They were all warriors with spears and shields. They were the 300 Spartan warriors. The blue flames were their soul fires. And Leonidas' noble phantasm was to summon the souls of the 300 Spartans to reenact the battle of the hot spring gate. When the demonic beasts were about to approach, Leonidas stopped and knocked the ground with his spear. "If you want to die, come and get it." The 300 Spartans repeated Leonidas' words and knocked the ground twice with their spears. "If you want to die, come and get it." He threw the soul spear in his hand at the attacking magical beast army and let out a furious roar. Ah! The spear pierced through countless magical beasts, but it was unable to stop the invasion of the magical beasts. To the tens of thousands of magical beasts, this amount of casualties was just a drop in the bucket. Many magical beasts continued to rush over. Although the 300 Spartans didn't have their spears, they still had their shields. The Spartans formed by the blue soul fire held their shields and ran in front of Leonidas, forming a rather thin shield barrier. However, their shields weren't the round shields in their hands, but their bodies. "Let's go, friends." Gather your souls here. When the 300 warriors formed a shield wall, Leonidas placed the spear in his right hand on the round shield in his left hand. Then, Leonidas slashed the round shield with the spear, and a flame suddenly ignited on the round shield. Leonidas then shouted the name of his relic. In an instant, countless flames appeared on Leonidas' round shield and spread all around, igniting the 300 warriors made of blue soul fire. In the next second, the 300 warriors made of blue soul fire instantly turned orange-red, and the warriors' figures gradually dissipated. Only the 300 shields emitting blazing hearts remained. Countless soul fires turned into red round shields, neatly arranged in the air, forming a shield formation, forming a true shield wall. The shields quickly moved to both sides, defending the entire north wall. The 300 shields became dots, and between the dots, there was an orange-red light film. The seemingly thin light film added an impenetrable layer of defense to the north wall. At this moment, countless demonic beasts had arrived in front of the north wall, or rather, the light film. They crashed into Leonidas's relic, using their teeth and claws, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the defense of the shield wall. The people who saw this scene also recovered from their despair. They hadn't failed yet. With the help of the future heroes in human history, how could they fail? General Leonidas. The people guarding the north wall began to cheer for Leonidas, but at the same time, they didn't forget their duty. That was to guard the north wall as soldiers. One by one, the most powerful weapons for humans were activated, and the people were manually aiming at the demonic beast army, but they didn't dare to release the divine power seal. The soldiers were worried that releasing the divine power seal would destroy Leonidas's relic. Therefore, they could only watch in silence, clenching their fists, gritting their teeth, and blaming themselves for giving up just now. Leonidas, who turned back to look at this scene, smiled, because the soldiers had regained their fighting spirit. As long as the soldiers' despair and giving up were dispelled, Leonidas felt that this trip was worth it, even if he had to sacrifice himself in front of the demonic beasts. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 975. Jinar Wang Liu Tan's second scenery. Suddenly, the voice of a young female general entered Leonidas' ears. Dannoura Hasso Tobi. In an instant, a few silhouettes flashed past the demonic beasts outside of Leonidas' noble phantasm. After a few flashes of light, a large amount of demonic beasts' blood splattered all over the place. The purple blood gushed out like a fountain and splashed onto Leonidas' noble phantasm's light barrier. This is General Nuwakamaru. Leonida immediately recognized the owner of this technique and voice. It was the Tengu girl, Nuwakamaru. However, not only Nuwakamaru, but also Nuwakamaru's warrior monk, who had been following Nuwakamaru, also came here. Your Excellency Leonida, this humble monk and Master Nuwakamaru have begun to move freely under King Gilgamesh's orders. It seems like this humble monk and Master Nuwakamaru are not late. A man with many weapons on his back and Bacento in both hands, Musasp Benkei, walked to Leonidas' side from behind and stood upright with weapons in his hands. Oh. General Bai Ching, you're here too. Leonidas was deeply moved. As a comrade who had fought alongside him, the meticulous Leonidas naturally sensed the fear of death in Tokishi Kei's heart. He did not expect that Kei would be able to come to the front lines. If it was the Musasp Benkei who didn't go through the beheading operation, no one would think that Musasp Benkei was a coward. However, after surviving the beheading operation, Musasp Benkei could be said to have changed into a different person, or it could be said that he no longer suppressed the fear in his heart. After that, everyone could see that Musasp Benkei was afraid of the battlefield and demonic beasts. And of course, those who saw Musasp Benkei's cowardice included Leonida. However, the cowardly Musasp Benkei came to the front line with Nuwakamaru. How could Leonida not be surprised? This humble monk is just a coward who carries the name of Musasp Benkei. Since this humble monk carries the name of Musasp Benkei, this humble monk will fulfill the duty of Musasp Benkei and follow Master Nuwakamaru at all times. Musasp Benkei, or rather the Sea Lord who carried the name of Musasp Benkei, said something that surprised Leonidas' words. Leonida could tell that this soldier monk wasn't lying. He stared straight at Nuwakamaru, who was flying up and down among the demonic beasts without the slightest hint of fear or cowardice. Ha ha ha. Looks like King Gilgamesh's decision to let you stay by General Nuwakamaru's side is quite effective. Leonida laughed heartily. As a hero who left his name in human history, the soldier monk standing next to Leonidas, regardless of whether it was Bianqing of Musasha or Haizun of Changlu, as long as he was still a heroic spirit, he would definitely be able to overcome the fear in his heart. The only thing that would affect him was when he would wake up. Gilgamesh knew this very well, which was why he let Musasp Benkei stay by Nuwakamaru's side. Nuwakamaru didn't disappoint and successfully pulled Musasp Benkei back from the hell of cowardice. Ahem. General Leonida, we are still at war. Musasp Benkei couldn't help but remind him. Leonidas' laughter sounded like a party. Leonidas' laughter wasn't soft. Not only did Musasp Benkei hear it, but even Nuwakamaru, who was fighting the demonic beasts outside the light barrier, heard it. Hey, General Leonida, this isn't the time to laugh, right? How long can your noble phantasm last? Nuwakamaru, who was jumping around and killing the demonic beasts, one of the Nuwakamaru who was closest to Leonida, couldn't help but complain. Then, he quickly asked about the matter at hand. Nyo Ruowan, who used the eightfold jump, used the demonic beasts as a springboard. The demonic beasts could not hurt Nyo Ruowan at all, but she could only create a few clones after using the eightfold jump. On the other hand, there were thousands of demonic beasts. She might not be able to kill them all even if she spent a day killing them. It was not a good idea to continue wasting time like this. Besides, it was also beneficial for them to know the duration of Leonida's noble phantasm. I'm sorry, my noble phantasm can only last for a short period of time. It's reaching its limit soon. Just like what Leonida said, his noble phantasm could only last for a short period of time. The reason why Leonidas sacrificed himself to protect his allies at Hot Spring Gate was to give his comrades the opportunity to counterattack. Leonidas believed that they could do it and that they would be able to do it under his protection. His noble phantasm, the guardian of the Flame Gate, also appeared at Hot Spring Gate. However, it could only last for a short period of time. In addition, the demonic beasts were constantly attacking the light barrier. Even if Nuwakamaru started killing the demonic beasts, it was useless. This caused the duration of Leonida's noble phantasm to become shorter and shorter. Leonida originally wanted to revive the morale of his soldiers. He didn't even consider if he could survive this battle. It could be said that Leonida's mentality was exactly the same as Hot Spring Gate. He was already prepared to die. However, there was a difference between this and Hot Spring Gate. This time, there were reinforcements. My noble phantasm is about to disappear. You guys should take this opportunity to retreat. After Leonida finished speaking, his noble phantasm's light barrier began to dim as if it was reaching its limit. Although there were reinforcements, it was still useless against such a large number of demonic beasts. Once the light barrier was broken, they would fall into the demonic beasts with Leonida. What awaited them was only death. Leonida didn't want Nuwakamaru and Musasp Benkei to die with him. That was why he wanted Nuwakamaru and Musasp Benkei to retreat while he could still hold on. No, Mr. Leonida, we don't need to retreat. Musasp Benkei said something that confused Leonida. Just as Leonidas was about to ask, something unexpected happened. Countless vines rose from the ground outside the north wall and attacked the demonic beasts' abdomens from below. The demonic beasts didn't even have time to scream before they were torn apart by the vines that were still growing. Woo! A strange roar echoed throughout the north wall. This is... Leonida was shocked by the sudden appearance of the vines. But soon, Leonida reacted. He had seen these vines before. They were the vines that blocked the demonic beasts for the incomplete north wall half a year ago. Although it had been half a year, Leonida still remembered it clearly. He couldn't be wrong. The one who did this must be mythical beast Fenbaba. Chapter 976. When Leonidas said this name, the ground in the middle of the horde suddenly split open, and a huge green creature that looked like a bear or a deer emerged. This creature was Fen Barber. Woo woo. After Fen Barber broke out of the ground, its body was not stained with the slightest bit of dirt. Its huge body stood in the middle of the horde like a crane in a flock of chickens. Leonidas didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. In short, his heart was filled with emotions. This poor monk and Nuwakamaru Sama passed by the abandoned Hunryong shrine on our way here. At that time, Hunryong Sama's Fen Barber suddenly emerged from the Hunryong shrine and came with us to the north wall. Musasp Ben-K, who was standing beside Leonidas, explained. It turned out that after Wuming left, Fen Barber helped the humans build a wall made of vines and ran to the Hunryong shrine to hibernate. Wuming didn't think that Fen Barber would be able to hibernate in his shrine because there was nothing in the shrine that needed to be taken. In addition, Wuming also heard that the shrine was abandoned, so he didn't go there. This led to Wuming never meeting Fen Barber. Although Wuming's shrine was cleaned by Sidui from time to time, because of the horde, Sidui didn't go there often. It could be said that for the past 6 months, she basically didn't go there. It could be said that it was abandoned. After Wuming used Yggdrasil, which was one with Fen Barber, through the connection between the two, he accidentally woke up the sleeping Fen Barber. Fen Barber's arrival at this moment could be said to be a miracle for Leonidas because it gave him hope. This was the end of the Age of the Gods, a time when miracles still existed and mysteries had yet to completely disappear. Because of this, Leonidas did not repeat the mistakes of Hot Spring Gate. The reason why Fen Barber didn't make a move before was because it needed time to construct a new vine barrier. Nuwakamaru used his noble phantasm's remaining energy to display his amazing jumping ability. He jumped from the top of Leonidas' noble phantasm and landed steadily beside Leonidas and Musasp Ben-K. The vines that rose from the ground in front of the light continued to thicken and intertwine with each other. Just like Nuwakamaru said, they gradually formed a vine barrier and protected the entire north wall. At this time, Leonidas' noble phantasm couldn't hold on any longer. The light barrier directly dimmed, and the orange-red shield that connected all the light barriers directly shattered. Leonidas staggered, but before Musasp Ben-K could help him, Leonidas used his spear to support himself and stood up straight again. "Are you okay, Your Excellency Leonidas?" Musasp Ben-K couldn't help but ask. The consumption of magic is a bit high. After all, Leonidas' noble phantasm protected the entire north wall, so the consumption of magic was naturally not small. "Since you can still move, then you should be able to kill monsters," Nuwakamaru said as he used his thin green sword to pierce through the gaps of the vine barrier and kill the monsters that continuously attacked the vine barrier one by one. Although this was not the style of a general, at least he didn't have to worry about his life. It saved him time and energy, and he only needed to use his weapon to successfully stab the monsters. After all, this was war, and only victory was the foundation of everything. And with Fen Barber's surprise attack, no matter how many magic beasts there were, their efforts would be futile. Due to the impact of Fen Barber's appearance, countless monsters around were sent flying. Then, countless monsters swarmed towards Fen Barber, who wasn't a monster, and prepared to tear this enemy apart. They were under the influence of Gorgon, and no longer had fear. Even if Fen Barber was a mythical monster, they still dared to rush up and kill it. However, even after 2 rounds of strengthening, the monsters were still no match for Fen Barber. The only advantage the monsters had was that they became fearless because of Gorgon's final command. If their opponent was a human, perhaps the monster's fearlessness would be extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the monsters were facing a mythical monster, Fen Barber. Woo woo. Fen Barber let out its unique roar while summoning vines from the ground to attack the monsters that approached it. The monsters couldn't get close to Fen Barber at all. When they got close, they were either pierced by the vines or crushed by the vines. Countless monsters' blood splashed on the ground, but because of the distance, there wasn't a trace of purple blood within a few meters of Fen Barber. It looked like it was handling the situation with ease. At this moment, Fen Barber's hind legs were bent, its butt was on the ground, and it was using its forelimbs to support its body. It looked like Fen Barber was quite noble. As more and more monsters were killed by Fen Barber, Muzu Maf, as the monster commander, made his move. The originally stable ground under Fen Barber's feet suddenly bulged. Fen Barber jumped to avoid the 7 snake heads that were trying to attack it. The vines paved the way for Fen Barber. Fen Barber wasn't stained by the blood on the ground at all. It changed to another place and used the vines to clean up all the monsters there. Fen Barber once again sat down nobly and continued to clean up the monsters. Muzu Maf, who broke out from the ground where Fen Barber was originally sitting, didn't leave the ground and wasn't in a hurry to attack Fen Barber. Instead, it slowly retracted the 7 snake heads back into the ground and hid again. Although Muzu Maf was affected by Gorgon, it was different from the mass-produced monsters. It didn't fall into a fanatical state where it didn't fear death. In other words, it could still use its brain. This could be seen from the fact that Muzu Maf wanted to attack Fen Barber from the ground. However, Fen Barber was unmoved. It was just a mere Muzu Maf, who was lucky enough to avoid its vines underground. It was simply not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as Fen Barber. It must be known that Fen Barber was comparable to the heavenly bull Gugalana. Even if it was facing the real Tiamat, the real Fen Barber could contend against it, let alone a mere Muzu Maf. In Fen Barber's view, at the very least, it should let Gorgon, who had Tiamat's authority, be its opponent. Just as Fen Barber thought, Muzu Maf, who had sneaked into the ground to prepare another sneak attack, was found and entangled by the vines that Fen Barber had arranged underground. The struggling Muzu Maf drilled out from the ground. There were several injuries on its body. It seemed that it had suffered a big loss from Fen Barber. At this time, Gorgon couldn't stand it anymore. Monsters, attack the north wall. Chapter 977. Gorgon ordered again. She told the magical beasts to ignore Fen Barber and attack the north wall. Fen Barber was just a clown to her. The only thing that mattered was to break through the north wall. Roar. The magical beasts chose to ignore Fen Barber. After roaring a few times, they all rushed toward the vine barrier created by Fen Barber. Even though Fen Barber was still killing the magical beasts, it still couldn't stop the magical beasts from attacking the vine barrier. The vine barrier was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Leonidas, Nuwakamaru, and Musasp Benkei, who were killing the magical beasts from the gaps in the vine barrier, quite nervous. Damn it, we can't kill them all. Nuwakamaru couldn't help but blurt out in annoyance. After all, there were too many magical beasts. Even if Fen Barber could create vines, it wouldn't be able to kill all of them in a short time. Fen Barber had been preparing for the vine barrier for a short period of time. If it wanted to create enough vines to kill so many magical beasts, it would take a while for it to prepare. At the moment, whether it was Nuwakamaru, Leonidas, or Musasp Benkei, they didn't have a good way to deal with the current situation. Since the vine barrier can't stop the magical beasts, we can only change the method. Leonidas suddenly said. Then, he looked at Nuwakamaru. General Nuwakamaru, I have a request. Leonidas said something to Nuwakamaru. Nuwakamaru was stunned for a moment. Even Musasp Benkei was stunned for a moment. It seems this poor monk was too focused on the battlefield. I actually forgot about this matter. Musasp Benkei shook his head in self-mockery. But the situation was urgent, so it wasn't the time to chat. Then, I'll go. After Nyo Ruowan finished speaking, he immediately ran towards the north wall as if he was flying. Only Nyo Ruowan and Leonidas were left to continue slaughtering the magical beasts. As for Fen Barber, while Fen Barber was hesitating, the sound of chains could be heard. A large number of silver-white chains bound Fen Barber's body, preventing it from slaughtering the magical beasts. Hualala. Fen Barber looked up. It was Enkidu. No, it was the fake Enkidu. Fen Barber had seen this guy before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with him. Fen Barber just didn't know who the other party was. Just a mere beast, behave yourself. Kingu's expression was cold, and the heaven lock that emerged from the ripples around him tightened its grip on Fen Barber. However, Fen Barber wasn't a god. The heaven lock was just a very strong chain to it. It could easily break free with brute force or skill, such as now. New vines appeared on the ground around Fen Barber. These vines didn't attack the magical beasts that were passing by. Instead, they stretched between the heaven lock and Fen Barber, slowly expanding the heaven lock that bound Fen Barber. Fen Barber easily jumped out of it. Hualala, after Fen Barber broke free, Kingu subconsciously released the heaven lock. The heaven lock turned into golden light and dissipated with the sound of chains. Sure enough, the heaven lock doesn't have much effect on a beast like you. Kingu wasn't surprised by this result. Whether it was himself or Fen Barber, he knew that if they really fought, he might not be able to subdue this mythical beast that was stronger than a bull. It was also because of this self-awareness that Kingu's task wasn't to kill or trap Fen Barber. His task was only to distract Fen Barber and provide cover for others. Rumble, the ground under Fen Barber's feet suddenly shattered. A large amount of land fell into a pitch-black abyss, and the area was so large that almost 1/6 of the magical beasts suffered this disaster. Fen Barber stepped on the vines that grew out of the ground that hadn't completely collapsed, trying to use them as stepping stones to escape. However, a huge snake tail that was about the same size as Fen Barber suddenly stretched out and pulled Fen Barber into the ground. If someone paid attention to Gorgon, they would find that Gorgon had disappeared at some point. It was obvious that the collapse of the ground was caused by Gorgon. Ignoring the large-scale collapse of the ground, Kingu knew that Fen Barber had been dragged into the ground by Gorgon, and Kingu was providing cover for Gorgon. Fen Barber was comparable to a bull, and only Gorgon could defeat it. However, Kingu didn't expect that Gorgon would choose to drag Fen Barber into the ground. This wasn't a good thing. After all, other than Gorgon, there was another big enemy that was about to arrive. Silver Meteor. Following the release of a powerful noble phantasm, a bright white beam of light with a hint of gold instantly shot from one end of the vine barrier to the other end of the vine barrier in front of the north wall. All the magical beasts that were within a few dozen meters of the vine barrier were all enveloped by this beam of light. Obviously, these magical beasts were as dead as they could be. After all, this was the so-called light cannon. How could the mass-produced magical beasts withstand it? Jin Jiyu dared to conclude that this light cannon must have killed more than half of the magical beasts. In addition to the magical beasts that had fallen into the abyss after being attacked indiscriminately by Gorgon, the remaining magical beasts could be said to be the only ones left. Who asked the magical beasts to listen to Gorgon's orders and collectively attack the vine barrier? Their gathering together was advantageous for the other party to release his noble phantasm. Among the magical beasts that were affected, only one of the magical beasts' commanders, Muzu Mafu, survived. Even so, 5 of its heads were broken. One of the remaining 2 heads drooped down and was basically dead. The other head, which was the last one, was also bleeding profusely. It seemed like Muzu Mafu didn't have the ability to regenerate its snake heads like Gorgon did. Otherwise, it would have been suppressed. I didn't expect that man to have such a powerful anti-city noble phantasm. Kingu was naturally referring to Wuming, but Kingu was wrong. Normally, light cannons were considered anti-city noble phantasms unless they had special effects. However, Wuming's noble phantasm, Silver Meteor, was an anti-evil noble phantasm that he obtained from the suppression force. It wasn't an anti-city noble phantasm. Silver Meteor was only released in the form of a light cannon. Magical beasts could be said to be evil to humans, so naturally, they were also evil to Wuming, who was the guardian of humans. However, even if the other party wasn't evil, with the characteristics of Wuming's noble phantasm, he could forcefully add an evil attribute to the magical beasts. It was just that the magical beasts themselves didn't require Wuming to do so. However, Wuming still felt that this was too much of a coincidence. Chapter 978. This was also the reason why one of the surviving demonic beast commanders, Muzu Mafu, was in such a miserable state. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many demonic beasts, which helped Muzu Mafu block a portion of the attack, Wuming's attack could have easily killed Muzu Mafu. Silently shaking his head, Kingu wanted to give up on these demonic beasts. Anyway, His mother and the new humans were not harmed. As long as his mother came out, this world would be over. No one could stop his mother. Even that man, in Kingu's opinion, could not stop his mother from destroying Mesopotamia and cleansing the human race. After thinking about this, Kingu focused his eyes and looked in Wu Ming's direction. His mother was a great enemy, so he had to pay attention to her movements. Moreover, he was so far away, so he shouldn't be affected. With Enkidu's powerful eyesight, Kingu easily saw Wu Ming in the distance, who was holding a broken lightsaber. Ooh! This made Kingu feel a headache again, and he couldn't help but groan. This made Kingu shocked. He was shocked because he still couldn't get used to facing that man, and the situation seemed to be getting worse. At this moment, Gorgon had run underground. This was really bad. In the distance, Wu Ming removed Meteor Silver's noble phantasm liberation and gathered the broken lightsaber in his right hand, turning the broken lightsaber back into a bright silver knight's sword. After Wu Ming killed Ba Xiaomu and used the divine blade of salvation to clean up the poison in the surroundings, he must have rushed over from the north wall without stopping. However, because Wu Ming had already sensed Fen Barber's aura at the north wall, he was not in a hurry. Therefore, Wu Ming hid himself and went around to the inconspicuous edge of the north wall, ready to act according to the situation. After all, no matter when, the enemy is in the open while I'm in the dark was quite advantageous. Coincidentally, Gorgon made the demonic beasts ignore Fen Barber and attack the vine barrier instead. This gave Wu Ming an opportunity. When the demonic beasts rushed up to attack the vine barrier, Wu Ming directly took out the meteor silver that had accompanied him for a long time and directly released its evil noble phantasm, successfully killing most of the demonic beasts. The reason why Wu Ming did not use the divine blade of salvation was entirely because in the current situation, meteor silver was more useful than the divine blade of salvation, and also because it had been a long time since Wu Ming had meteor silver. Although it was a noble phantasm's noble phantasm, it was a noble phantasm had accompanied Wu Ming was a noble phantasm of salvation. Wu Ming opened the dragon lair and put away the meteor silver. Then, he raised himself up and took in the entire north wall. After being affected by Gorgon's attack and being blasted down by Wu Ming's light cannon, the diamonds attacking the northern wall were almost completely wiped out. At most, there was only a sixth of their original numbers left, and a half-crippled demonic commander. However, even if there were only these demonic beasts left, the number of demonic beasts was still considerable, at least to the humans. However, Wu Ming had already helped them a lot, and it was impossible for him to continue helping them. After all, if the humans were to completely rely on God, Gilgamesh's will of separation between man and God would probably die directly. Therefore, the remaining demonic beasts could only be eliminated by the humans themselves. In addition, Wu Ming had a more important point. Wu Ming saw the fake Enkidu that seemed to be Kingu. Wu Ming had a feeling that the other party must be an extraordinary existence in this singularity. Perhaps the other party was hiding some secrets that Wu Ming did not know about, such as Tiamat. Wu Ming immediately flew towards Enkidu. When Enkidu noticed Wu Ming coming over, he immediately dived into the bottomless abyss that was opened up by Gorgon. Wu Ming stopped above the bottomless abyss, then glanced at Leonidas and Musasp Benkei who were protected by vines. After nodding to the two of them, Wu Ming did not hesitate and dived into the abyss. "Let's go, Mr. Bian Qing. This place will be broken soon. We should retreat." The vine barrier was consumed by the previous magical beasts. It was estimated that it would not last long. If they continued to stay, then they would be swallowed up by the remaining magical beasts. As they understood before, even if the number of magical beasts was consumed, the number of magical beasts would still pose a threat to humans. However, they could rely on the north wall to deal with the current number of beasts. Silent understood this point. That's why he gave Leonidas the task of dealing with the beasts outside the north wall. That's why he nodded to Leonidas earlier. Leonidas and Musasp Benkei saw that sporadic magical beasts had entered through the gap in the vine barrier. They immediately returned to the north wall. Wu Ming couldn't help but frown as he went deeper into the abyss created by Gorgon's destruction. He had not reached the bottom yet. Did Gorgon directly penetrate the underworld when he destroyed the underground? Wu Ming couldn't help but ask. It wasn't Wu Ming's fault. After all, the deeper they went, the colder it got. The surrounding rocks gradually became similar to the underworld. But if that was the case, then Wu Ming had doubts. Why did Ereshkigal move the underworld here? There weren't many underworld that followed Ereshkigal to the Mesopotamia. Most of the land was centered around Kusa city. Although Ereshkigal could move the underworld, but there was no need to move the underworld outside the north wall. It was too strange. The deeper Wu Ming went, the more he felt that this was indeed the underworld. Because he saw the spear cages inserted into the ground. There were still sporadic Garula's spirits. It's a little troublesome. Although Wu Ming guessed that Ereshkigal was on the side of the humans, but she used the same method as the Quetzalcoatl to cause her to stand on the opposite side of the humans. But, for now, Ereshkigal was still a member of the Three Goddesses Alliance. Gorgon and Fen Barber broke in, plus Kingu who escaped Wu Ming into the underworld, and Wu Ming who chased after Kingu. With so many extraordinary beings breaking into the underworld, Ereshkigal was bound to be dissatisfied. These beings who entered the underworld could be regarded as Ereshkigal's enemies. Even if Ereshkigal's temper was good, she was still the queen who controlled the underworld. More importantly, Gorgon brought people to attack the underworld. Ereshkigal might be angry because of this. Just like now. Boom. Chapter 979. The violent tremors shook the entire underworld. It was as if the lord of the underworld was enraged. And this angry lord of the underworld could only be Ereshkigal. Sure enough, she's angry. Wu Ming couldn't help but nod. He was right. It was like a person who liked to live alone. If several uninvited guests suddenly broke into this person's house, and they were the kind that fought, if Wu Ming was that person, Wu Ming would definitely be angry. And once a master who had almost perfect absolute power in the home got angry, the consequences were really unimaginable. It was fine if something happened to Gorgon because of Ereshkigal's anger. After all, he was an enemy. Wu Ming's main concern was Fen Barber. Fen Barber was like a pet to Wu Ming, and also like a partner. The Fen Barber that had fused with Yggdrasil was also Wu Ming's weapon. No matter what, Wu Ming could not let anything happen to Fen Barber. With this thought in mind, Wu Ming sped up a little. After a while, Wu Ming finally left the long passage and really came to the underworld. Then, he landed on a broken stone pillar. Wu Ming looked at the dim underworld. It was still the same realm filled with stone pillars and stone bridges, and it gave people a feeling that it was endless. And such a common scene would make people feel despair and death. The underworld is really full of death everywhere. Wu Ming couldn't help but sigh. This was the second time Wu Ming came to the underworld, but Wu Ming could only say simple and specific words like desolation and death in Wu Ming's evaluation. After all, no matter who it was, when they saw a world that looked like it was dead, they would have such a feeling. Moreover, because the underworld had not seen the sun all year round, no, it should be because there was no sun since ancient times, countless death aura filled the entire underworld. If an ordinary living person entered the underworld by mistake, he would probably die in a few minutes. Even Gudazi, who was equipped with the new magic dress invented by Da Vinci, would not last long. In a sense, preventing living creatures from entering the underworld could be regarded as saving others' lives in disguise. Although there were no living creatures in the underworld, there were many moving objects, such as the Garula spirit, the Soul Reaper. Of course, there were also some resentful spirits that had left the spear cage and walked in the underworld because of the disrepair of the spear cage. Moreover, the land of the underworld also had no other landscape except for stones. In the absence of animals, it was even more impossible for plants to exist in the underworld. To be honest, the underworld that did not even have a single flower was a little pitiful. In short, Ereshkigal's spear cage inserted into the ground could be regarded as a unique landscape in the underworld. However, Wu Ming did not have time to appreciate these landscapes. It was more important to get down to business. Wu Ming flew quickly toward a place below where the concentration of magic power was obviously different from other places. After crossing a large number of stone bridges, climbing over countless stone pillars, and passing by a few stone platforms, Wu Ming even bypassed a huge stone pillar that could be called a mountain. Finally, Wu Ming arrived at his destination. Wu Ming vaguely saw the figure of Fen Barber on Gorgon. Not only that, but Wu Ming also vaguely saw the phantom of a huge gorilla spirit. It seemed to be Ereshkigal. However, because of the death aura in the underworld, it had the effect of interfering with Wu Ming's vision, making Wu Ming unable to see clearly. But since he could not see clearly, he would take a closer look. He sped up and broke through the death aura of the underworld. The scene in the deepest part of the underworld was reflected in Wu Ming's eyes. Then, Wu Ming could not help but be shocked. This was an extremely desolate and empty sight without the slightest building. There was only desolation and vastness. However, this desolation made this sight seem wider. However, this place was indeed larger than any platform Wu Ming had seen on the road. It was not a visual error, but Wu Ming's true judgment. Whether it was Gorgon, Fen Barber, or the huge gorilla spirit transformed by Ereshkigal, the three were not small, but when they were in this desolate open space at this moment, they did not seem crowded at all. On the contrary, they seemed quite small. However, Wu Ming was not surprised by this, but the situation at the scene. Fen Barber was lying on the side obediently, which made Wu Ming breathe a sigh of relief. The huge gorilla spirit transformed by Ereshkigal stabbed the light spear in her hand into the ground. Her body was still trembling slightly, and she seemed to be struggling. As for Gorgon, he was the one that surprised Wu Ming the most. The black mud completely covered Gorgon's body. The black mud, which could be considered a liquid, was constantly flowing on Gorgon's body, giving people the feeling that it was a lump of black mud in the shape of Gorgon that could flow on its own. However, Wu Ming was sure that this was Gorgon. Not to mention Gorgon's huge body, Fen Barber entered the underworld with Gorgon. What's more, as the lord of the underworld, Ereshkigal was personally present. This lump of black mud was definitely Gorgon. However, how did Gorgon become like this? Wu Ming was used to Gorgon's changes due to the black mud from time to time, but the change this time was really not trivial. Those who did not know would think that this was really a lump of black mud. Not only that, but Gorgon was also surrounded by huge stones, and the black mud on Gorgon's body seemed to be restricted, unable to flow out of the circle formed by these stones. At that moment, Wu Ming saw what was going on. Gorgon should have been restricted by Ereshkigal using the authority of the underworld, but judging from Ereshkigal's situation, she seemed to be struggling quite a bit. Perhaps the restriction on Gorgon would not last long, and Fen Barber should know that it could not help much, so it lay on the side and rested. However, just as Wu Ming was thinking, Fen Barber, who discovered Wu Ming, immediately got up and ran over. Woo 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 dash Fen Barber directly rubbed its big green fur face against Wu Ming, and it also made a cheerful cry. This could be said to be the first time Fen Barber and Wu Ming officially met after being separated for so long. Although it was in the underworld, Fen Barber was still very happy. Now that Fen Barber discovered Wu Ming, Ereshkigal naturally also discovered the existence of Wu Ming. Xian. Hyun Ryong. Ereshkigal's huge gorilla spirit couldn't help but cry out. If only listening to the voice, it was somewhat similar to Ishtar's voice, and more importantly, this voice was full of panic, which made people feel that it was quite cute. However, Wu Ming, who heard this voice, was directly stunned. What's with Ereshkigal's girlish voice? Chapter 980. Ereshkigal? Wu Ming asked doubtfully, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Any intellectual existence could see that Wu Ming was very confused at the moment. Fen Barber was like this, and Ereshkigal was even more so. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. Wu Ming had only seen Ereshkigal once. It was when he met Ereshkigal in the underground underworld near Abyff Mountain. At that time, Ereshkigal's voice sounded full of majesty. It was completely in line with the titles of the Mistress of the Underworld and the Queen of the Gorilla Spirit. But the voice that Ereshkigal made just now could be said to be completely different from the voice that Ereshkigal made before. It was like two different people. If Wu Ming wasn't sure that the other party was indeed Ereshkigal, Wu Ming suspected that Ereshkigal was disguised by Ishtar. After all, Ereshkigal's voice was too similar to Ishtar's. Ahem. Sure enough, you also came to my underworld, Hun Ryong. After hearing Wu Ming's questioning voice, Ereshkigal immediately adjusted her voice and returned to the previous queen-like way of speaking. Seeing that Ereshkigal changed her voice, Wu Ming didn't pursue this matter anymore. After all, Fen Barber is my partner, and Gorgon is my enemy. I have to come over. As Wu Ming said, Fen Barber rubbed against Wu Ming again. However, Ereshkigal sneered at this, but not at the relationship between Fen Barber and Wu Ming, but at the uninvited provocation of Wu Ming and the others. You know, this is my underworld. You can't come in casually, whether it's a human or a god. The last time I let you and the goddess of greed leave was entirely because of your special identity, but this doesn't mean that you can come in my underworld whenever you want. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of mana was released from the Garula spirit's body, forming a shockwave that caused the surrounding temperature to drop even lower. Ereshkigal's demeanor as the mistress of the underworld could be said to be vividly displayed. However, Wu Ming didn't care and even wanted to laugh. However, this made Ereshkigal feel that Wu Ming was insulting her, so she became even angrier. The temperature of the underworld dropped again and again, and a layer of frost rose on Fen Barber's hair. Wu Ming even felt a trace of coldness. This made Wu Ming look at Ereshkigal in a new light. But at the same time, Wu Ming's smile became more intense. However, Wu Ming's smile was not because of Wu Ming's arrogance. Wu Ming was full of smiles because of Ereshkigal. You'd better save some magic power to deal with Gorgon. As soon as Wu Ming said this, the huge Garula spirit transformed by Ereshkigal couldn't help but tremble. Ereshkigal understood what Wu Ming meant. He instantly saw her current difficulty. Restraining Gorgon, who was completely stained with black mud at this moment, already made Ereshkigal suffer. For the sake of her face, she diverted some magic power to deal with Wu Ming. This was a huge burden for Ereshkigal. Adding hail to snow was light. Therefore, Wu Ming's smile was not mocking Ereshkigal for being half-hearted at this time. Wu Ming just felt that Ereshkigal was a little like Ishtar. For a long time, Ishtar had made humans worry a lot, but it was only to the extent of worry. Humans did not have hatred for Ishtar. In other words, Ishtar was not an evil god. At best, she was just a good god who kept doing evil. As mentioned before, Ishtar was the mistress of the sky and the most beloved daughter of the gods. Even if there were some reasons that caused Ishtar to start doing evil, those evil were still some evil that was not serious. For example, in the myths, Dumas and Nelgal were tricked by Ishtar into the underworld and paid a certain price. But overall, the two were gods, so the price was nothing. Even if it was more extreme, they could be resurrected after death. Also, Ishtar was humiliated by Gilgamesh and released the Bull of Heaven to wreak havoc on the earth for 7 years, causing the humans in Mesopotamia to have no harvest. But Ishtar only let the Bull of Heaven to wreak havoc on the earth, and did not let it kill humans. It could be said that as the mistress of the sky, Ishtar was completely a barbaric princess who often indulged herself but had a certain level of propriety. Although Ishtar's propriety was very low, in short, in Wu Ming's view, as a god who was the same divinity as Ishtar, but with a different side of divinity, Ereshkigal was not that bad. Ereshkigal's position in the myths was an evil god. She was the ruler of death and corruption, the queen of the underworld who ruled over the underworld. She was an evil god who was feared by humans. Before he met Ereshkigal, Wu Ming originally thought that Ereshkigal was an evil god who was described by the world. But after their last encounter, Wu Ming discovered that Ereshkigal actually loved humans very much. She was just prepared to use methods that the world could not accept to save humans, just like the feathered serpent god. And Ereshkigal's panicked voice to Wu Ming just now exposed some information about Ereshkigal, such as her sternness was fake. Ereshkigal was probably different from how she appeared and the myths that the world spread. Wu Ming felt that Ereshkigal was probably a goddess who was very easy to talk to. Ereshkigal and Ishtar were different sides of the same divinity. Ishtar was the mistress of the sky, a goddess who was in charge of harvest, a goddess who represented life, while Ereshkigal was the mistress of the underworld, a goddess who was in charge of corruption and death, a power that was undoubtedly feared. The powers of the two were opposite to each other to a certain extent. Since that was the case, their personalities might also be opposite. For example, Ishtar was the opposite of not easy to talk to at all and very arrogant, but Ereshkigal became very easy to talk to and kind to people. Wuming guessed that the world's fear of Ereshkigal was probably only because Ereshkigal was in charge of death, and Ereshkigal did not defend herself. Therefore, the human understanding of Ereshkigal stopped at a terrifying goddess. But because of this, Ereshkigal, who pretended to be cold and acted like a child in order to maintain the image that the world described, how could Wuming not feel gratified, amused, and laughed? Chapter 981. However, just 2 meetings could not prove anything at all. After all, these were just Wuming's guesses. Although they were close to the correct answer, guesses were still guesses. Before obtaining real information and hearing the truth from Ereshkigal, Wuming would not make a judgment easily. At that moment, Wuming no longer thought about this. Instead, he turned to pay attention to Gorgon. After all, Gorgon was quite attractive at the moment, but this attractive referred to the dangerous aspect. To understand Gorgon's situation, asking the person involved, Ereshkigal, was the most direct and effective way. Therefore, Wuming spoke directly. Ereshkigal, before I arrived, what happened to Gorgon? If he wanted to deal with Gorgon, he had to know what happened to him to become like this. If he was not careful, the root of the black mud was likely to flow into the underworld. At this moment, Gorgon was already an accident, and Wuming did not want another accident to happen. The giant gorilla spirit transformed by Ereshkigal glanced at Wuming. Although its huge skeletal eyes did not have eyeballs, Wuming could feel that Ereshkigal was indeed glaring at him, as if to say, "You are really rude." However, Ereshkigal finally told Wuming the truth. The battle between Gorgon and Fen Barber disturbed the gorilla spirit and affected the peace of the underworld. However, because of the suppression of the underworld, the two were only fighting with brute force, and it did not cause much damage to the underworld. After all, the underworld suppressed divinity. Although Fen Barber did not have divinity, it was not a living thing in a sense after fusing with Yggdrasil, so it would also be suppressed to a certain extent. However, the size of the two was there, and it did not matter if their abilities were suppressed. The result was just as Ereshkigal said, it became a situation of fighting with brute force. After that, I showed up and used the authority of the underworld to suppress Fen Barber and Gorgon. Even if the three goddesses alliance was a cooperative relationship on the surface, it was a fact that Gorgon broke into Ereshkigal's territory and started a fight. However, because he did not attack Ereshkigal, Gorgon was not punished by the three goddesses alliance. On the other hand, Ereshkigal used the authority of the underworld to suppress Ereshkigal and did not cause any harm to her. In addition, it was indeed Gorgon who broke into the territory of the other goddesses, so the alliance did not punish Ereshkigal. In this contradictory situation where both sides made mistakes and neither side was wrong, simply put, Gorgon would be suppressed in the underworld, but Ereshkigal could not hurt Gorgon. But for some reason, Gorgon showed signs of resisting the suppression of the underworld. It should be known that any god who entered the underworld would be suppressed, and Ereshkigal was a god who was born to manage the underworld. She was even given the authority to be invincible in the underworld. Therefore, the active suppression personally implemented by Ereshkigal was more absolute than the passive suppression of non-living beings by the underworld. According to what Ereshkigal said, Gorgon and Fen Barber fought with brute force. It could be seen that the suppression of the underworld was indeed effective on Gorgon. However, the passive suppression of the underworld was effective on Gorgon, and the active and stronger suppression personally implemented by Ereshkigal on Gorgon was actually resisted by Gorgon. Most importantly, the agreement of the three goddesses alliance was still in place, so how could Gorgon have the ability to resist? Hearing Ereshkigal's words, Wuming could not help but look at the origin black soil that completely covered Gorgon. The only existence that could make Gorgon resist Ereshkigal's authority was the origin black soil. After that, a lot of black matter emerged from Gorgon's body. Not only did it envelop Gorgon, but it also directly broke my suppression on Gorgon. Ereshkigal, who said this, had a hint of panic, like a little girl who was pretending to be strong and was about to cry when she encountered an unsolvable problem. Ereshkigal's instantaneous breaking of the suppression made Wuming look at Ereshkigal in shock again. Moreover, this also made Wuming feel that his previous guess was right. However, the huge skeletal face of Ereshkigal, which was transformed into the giant gorilla spirit, did not show any emotion at all. And Ereshkigal probably also realized that she had broken the suppression again, so she quickly adjusted her tone and changed the topic. Ahem. The reason why I can suppress Gorgon now is because I obtained the result at the cost of my divinity, but the effect is still quite forceful. Wuming could not help but be stunned. It turned out that Ereshkigal had used her own divinity as the price to barely suppress Gorgon, and Ereshkigal, who was constantly consuming her divinity, would definitely not be able to hold on for long. This was the reason why Ereshkigal looked like she was struggling. No matter how stupid Ereshkigal was, she could see that this black mud was not something good. If this stuff flowed into the underworld, not to mention the harm it would cause, just cleaning it up would make Ereshkigal vexed for a while. The black mud is extremely corrosive. Inanimate objects are basically unaffected, but living objects might be an exception. If you allow the black mud to flow into the underworld, you'd better be prepared to give up on the underworld. Wuming's inanimate objects and living objects naturally referred to inanimate objects and living objects in a broad sense. For example, inanimate objects were the underworld, and living objects were the gorilla spirit. Wuming guessed that the black mud, which came from the same source as him, should also have the ability to ignore rules. It was precisely this ability that made Ereshkigal's suppression ineffective against Gorgon. Even if it could not compare to Wuming's ability to ignore the rules of the underworld, it was still very likely that Gorgon, who was engulfed by the black mud, could ignore the rules of the underworld of a world. However, Wuming's words gave Ereshkigal a fright. Heh! Is this thing so terrifying? But come to think of it, this thing attached to Gorgon allowed Gorgon to easily break through Ereshkigal's suppression. In the end, Ereshkigal had to pay the price of divinity to suppress Gorgon. Ereshkigal could naturally see that the black mud was different, but she did not expect Wuming to say such serious words. Therefore, Ereshkigal became a little dissatisfied. What do you mean by that? Chapter 982. To be honest, Wuming's words made Ereshkigal a little unhappy. What did he mean by giving up the underworld? As the mistress of the underworld, Ereshkigal seemed to have unlimited power. She held the authority of the underworld and could be said to be an invincible existence in the underworld. However, the disadvantage was quite obvious. Ereshkigal could not leave the underworld. It was not that Ereshkigal was unwilling to leave the underworld. She had no choice. As the cornerstone of the underworld's birth, Ereshkigal used the condition of not being able to leave the underworld in exchange for the effect of being invincible in the underworld. Because it was not Ereshkigal's initiative, it was comparable to a curse. The underworld had only stones and the gorilla spirit. It was also dark all year round. No matter what, Ereshkigal was a girl. How could she be willing to stay here? It was only for the sake of responsibility. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Ereshkigal and the underworld were closely related. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two had a symbiotic relationship. However, Wuming asked her to give up the underworld. What was the difference between that and asking her to die? In this regard, Wuming explained. It's just an if. Don't be nervous. I won't let things develop to the point where the master of the underworld has no choice but to give up the underworld, Wuming said confidently. Wuming did not want to let Gorgon leave the underworld alive today. As Wuming spoke, he took out the divine blade of salvation from the golden ripples and flew toward Gorgon's huge body that was engulfed by the black mud. Did he really come down just to find the Fen Barber? Did he have no intention of getting rid of Gorgon? The answer was, of course, that he did. Due to the backlash from Tiamat's authority and the origin black soil, Gorgon's entire god had become somewhat abnormal. If Wuming had to make an analogy, it would be that Gorgon had transformed from an avenger to a madman. If he continued to let Gorgon run free, something could happen to him. Furthermore, the magical beast army had mobilized in full force. Taking this opportunity to annihilate the enemy was the best course of action. How long can you suppress Gorgon? Wuming suddenly asked Ereshkigal. Hey! Ereshkigal didn't react for a moment. Can you suppress Gorgon, who might go berserk because of the threat of death? Ahem. Hyun-ryong, your self-righteous attitude is really annoying. Ereshkigal cleared her throat and unhappily replied to Wuming. Please answer truthfully. This is related to the following plan, as well as the situation of you and the underworld. At this moment, Wuming was like a god. His expression was rather serious, and his tone was filled with an undeniable charm. Perhaps Wuming didn't mean this, but only the strong could decide everything. Wuming had a way to get rid of Gorgon. Since that was the case, he had to be stronger than Ereshkigal. Probably due to Ereshkigal's natural mischief, she didn't realize that the atmosphere between her and Wuming had gradually become one of a superior and subordinate. She only decided that Wuming had suddenly become much more serious. Wuming's sudden seriousness made Ereshkigal a little overwhelmed. It was just like how Ishtar faced Wuming. However, compared to Ishtar's grievance toward Wuming, Ereshkigal felt more uneasy toward Wuming. At that moment, Ereshkigal also subconsciously ignored the fact that she continued to dress up as the goddess of fear and directly communicated with Wuming in her original voice. If I suppress her like this, I can suppress her until my divinity completely disappears. The pure girl's voice came from the huge Garula spirit. It was slightly out of place, but Wuming's attention was no longer on this. He was paying attention to Ereshkigal's answer. The first half of the sentence made Wuming quite satisfied, but the second half of Ereshkigal's answer made Wuming stunned. As for whether I can suppress Gorgon, who went berserk due to the threat of death, I don't know, Ereshkigal answered Wuming rather weakly. Probably because of her lack of confidence, Ereshkigal's last few words were pitifully soft. Fortunately, Wuming's hearing was good. However, Wuming hoped that he heard wrong. What do you mean you don't know? Wuming frowned. Ereshkigal's answer was related to the survival of the underworld. She gave Wuming an ambiguous answer like I don't know. How could Wuming deal with Gorgon next? Wuming was going to stab Gorgon's heart with the divine blade of salvation and use the power of the source in the divine blade of salvation to kill Gorgon as the core. In this way, these source black mud without a core were equivalent to lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Wuming. For the current Wuming to deal with the ownerless source black mud, Wuming expressed that it was a piece of cake. However, that was based on the assumption that Gorgon would not break Ereshkigal's suppression due to the threat of death. Although Wuming could still kill Gorgon, if Gorgon, as the source of the source black mud, broke through Ereshkigal's suppression and allowed the black mud to flow into the underworld, it would be quite troublesome to deal with the aftermath. In the event of an accident, Ereshkigal, who could not leave the underworld, might become the core of the next source black mud. Although Wuming and Ereshkigal had only met twice, Wuming had a good impression of Ereshkigal. Wuming did not want Ereshkigal to become his enemy. Of course, even if the source black mud flowed into the underworld after Gorgon broke through Ereshkigal's suppression, Wuming had a way to get rid of the source black mud. However, in that case, the underworld would probably be affected as well. In the best case, it would be half destroyed, and in the worst case, it would cease to exist. After all, there were not many underworlds that followed Ereshkigal back to the Mesopotamia. If Wuming carried out the cleansing indiscriminately, the underworld that returned with Ereshkigal would probably disappear. In that case, Ereshkigal would probably also leave. The curse of only being able to stay in the underworld was no joke. Without the underworld, Ereshkigal would undoubtedly leave. Wuming did not want to kill the enemy by sacrificing people who might become allies. What was the difference between that and killing the criminal along with the hostage? If that was the case, Wuming might as well let the black mud enter the underworld and erode Ereshkigal. Anyway, the result would be that Ereshkigal would leave because of Wuming. It would be the same no matter which side it was. Therefore, Wuming asked Ereshkigal if she could suppress Gorgon, who might go berserk. Wuming wanted to use the method with the least loss. After all, the three goddesses' alliance was the enemy of mankind. Gilgamesh would probably happily say something like, Isn't it great to take this opportunity to destroy the two pillars of the three goddesses' alliance? However, since Wu Ming saw that Ereshkigal did indeed have another hidden side, Wu Ming would not do that. Chapter 983. Ereshkigal was obviously hiding something. Since Wu Ming did not kill the feathered serpent god when he captured her, and instead chose to rope her in after learning about her secrets, then Wu Ming would not attack Ereshkigal either. Wu Ming would make a decision after fully understanding Ereshkigal's situation. If Ereshkigal was really hiding something, then Wu Ming would try his best to rope in Ereshkigal. If Ereshkigal was just an evil god, then Wu Ming could punish her later. To put it simply, Wu Ming actually wanted to see a so-called happy ending. From this point of view, it was not surprising that Wu Ming and Merlin could become friends. I definitely know that these black things are up to no good, but they are Gorgon. She is a member of the Three Goddesses Alliance, just like me. Even if I can use my divinity to suppress Gorgon, there is no way I can suppress Gorgon who went berserk because of the threat of death. Ereshkigal refuted Wu Ming, feeling wronged. It was not that Ereshkigal did not know what was good for her. At this point, how could Ereshkigal not realize the seriousness of the problem? Just from the moment she had to use her divinity to suppress Gorgon, Ereshkigal realized that the problem was probably very serious. It was just that the person who made Ereshkigal realize this was the person who made it clear to her was Wu Ming. But she really could not do Wu Ming's request. Wu Ming fell silent and could not help but sigh. Then, he turned to look at Gorgon. The black mud on Gorgon's body was like a living thing, and it was still squirming. Even the underworld, which was so eerie that it could not be described as a scenery, was ruined by it. However, Gorgon himself seemed to be steadily suppressed by Ereshkigal and did not seem to want to break free. From Ereshkigal's answer, Wu Ming was clear of two things. Ereshkigal was not as powerful as he imagined, and Gorgon's origin black mud was the same. Ereshkigal used the sacrifice divinity to suppress Gorgon, which meant that the origin black mud was not very effective in the hands of Gorgon. At least, Wu Ming could easily suppress Gorgon. And Ereshkigal did not have the confidence to suppress Gorgon, who was likely to go berserk under the threat of death. This proved that Ereshkigal's suppression was not foolproof. In this case, it also meant that there might be uncertainty in Ereshkigal's words. For example, when she said that I can continue to suppress Gorgon until my divinity completely disappears, there might also be uncertainty. Maybe in the next second, Ereshkigal's suppression on Gorgon would be broken. At that moment, Wu Ming no longer thought about it. The saying a long delay means trouble was very reasonable. Wu Ming flew directly to Gorgon's heart, raised the blade of salvation in his hand, and aimed it at Gorgon's heart. Wu Ming was ready to smash a broken pot. Everything would work out when the time came. Anyway, he had smashed such a broken pot many times, so this time would not make a difference. Hey. Don't be impulsive. I don't have the confidence to suppress Gorgon. Ereshkigal originally wanted to discuss with Wu Ming if there was any other way. In the end, Wu Ming rushed directly to Gorgon's heart, seemingly ready to directly stab that extraordinary weapon into Gorgon's heart. But what if Gorgon goes berserk? What if the black substance pollutes the underworld? Weren't you very worried before? Why are you suddenly not worried? A happy ending. Why don't you care about my life and death? Isn't this too cruel? Don't worry, my luck has always been very good. Wu Ming's implication was that with his luck, even if it was a broken pot, he could still smash it into a good pot. Ereshkigal was dumbfounded. Wu Ming dared to gamble, but Ereshkigal did not dare to gamble. Could he be more reliable? However, Wu Ming ignored Ereshkigal. Instead, he directly injected an unprecedented amount of magic power into the divine blade of salvation. Perhaps it was because the underworld was extremely dark, but the divine blade of salvation also emitted an unprecedented light. Suddenly, the entire underworld seemed to be illuminated by sunlight. The underworld, which had never seen the light of day from the beginning, was illuminated by light. The Garula spirits hiding in the shadows were attracted by the light that scattered into the underworld, but because of the attribute restriction, they could not really touch the sunlight. They could only hide in the shadows and yearn for life. Even the undead yearned for the light full of life. No, it was more accurate to say that it was precisely because the undead had lost their lives that they yearned for the light that represented life. Not only the Garula spirits, but Ereshkigal also had a change in her soul. My underworld is filled with light. Legend had it that Ereshkigal had no desires, but no one in the world could truly have no desires, not even the gods. The reason why Ereshkigal had no desires was because she knew that her desires were impossible to achieve. Over time, many of the desires that Ereshkigal desired were either forgotten by Ereshkigal or buried in the bottom of Ereshkigal's heart. Among them, illuminating the underworld with light was one of Ereshkigal's desires. All of a sudden, the huge Garula spirit disappeared, and a blonde girl wearing a black and red cotton cloak and holding a spear of light appeared where the huge Garula spirit had disappeared. If Wuming looked back now, he would find that the blonde girl's face and Ishtar's face were exactly the same. The two could be said to be sharing the same object. However, Wuming was not in the mood to pay attention to this at the moment. Like a wet blanket, he stabbed the divine blade of salvation straight into Gorgon's heart. Before stabbing, Wuming shouted at Ereshkigal without looking back. Ereshkigal, prepare to welcome Gorgon's rampage. Hey hey hey. Accompanied by Wuming's stern words and Ereshkigal's panicked voice, Gorgon, who was covered in black mud, began to struggle violently. The platform where the two were on began to shake violently. The stone pillar that Ereshkigal used to suppress Gorgon gradually cracked and then suddenly broke. Catcher, catcher, catcher. In just one exchange, almost half of the dozen huge stone pillars that suppressed Gorgon broke. Although the remaining half of the stone pillars were still intact, there were also cracks. With all the stone pillars broken, it was only a matter of time before Gorgon broke free. Please, Meslamtia. Chapter 984. Ereshkigal's clear, bell-like voice resounded throughout the underworld. With just this sentence, the majesty of the underworld's mistress was vividly displayed. Afterwards, Ereshkigal imbued almost all of her divinity into the light spear in her hand, Meslamthia. In an instant, the stone pillars that had been broken by Gorgon's struggle were restored, and the berserk Gorgon was once again suppressed. However, although she had successfully suppressed Gorgon again, the effect was not as effective as before. This was probably because Gorgon was currently under the threat of death. A large mouth split open on Gorgon's head, and an inhuman cry like that of a berserker came out from it. Gorgon's teeth, tongue, and other organs could not be seen in this mouth. It was pitch black, and it seemed that Gorgon's body was also filled with black mud. Countless snake hair mixed with black mud rippled around Gorgon's head. Probably because it was suppressed, although the snake hair fluttered, it was as if it was drunk and swaying. Not only that, the black mud flowed out from the cracks in the stone pillars and began to gradually cover the surrounding space. It seemed that the method of mending the pen after the sheep was lost could not be compared to the previous method. Hey, Hyun-ryong. Hurry up and think of something. I can't hold on for long. Ereshkigal gritted her teeth as she looked at Wuming, who was floating in the air. This was partly because Ereshkigal was dissatisfied with Wuming's inaction at the moment, and also because of the difficulty of forcefully suppressing Gorgon. Wuming ignored Ereshkigal's complaints and observed his surroundings. Kingu actually did not appear. Wuming said indifferently. That's right, Wuming was actually waiting for Kingu to appear. Wuming originally thought that Kingu would appear when Gorgon's life was in danger. After all, from all the previous signs, it was clear that Kingu's concern for Gorgon came from the bottom of his heart and was not fake. But strangely, when Gorgon's life was in danger, Kingu did not appear. After all, Wuming had chased Kingu into the underworld. Kingu must be here to help Gorgon. Why didn't he show himself? Wuming shook his head. Wuming did not have the luxury of time to think. Since Kingu was not going to show up, he would have to ask Gorgon to leave today. I am the strongest, and I hold victory in my hands. Be it human or demon, I am a person who can defeat all enemies, and I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. Giants who possess unparalleled divine power, please help me. In an instant, Wuming's body exploded with extraordinary divine power. Golden light gathered on Wuming's right arm, forming a solid giant arm. Divinity. Ereshkigal was shocked. This was the underworld. Why wasn't the Hyun-Ryong's divinity nullified? However, Woo-Ming did not pay attention to Ereshkigal. Instead, he focused on Gorgon. Gorgon's rampage intensified as he sensed the threat of death. His huge body began to move violently as he once again let out that inhuman voice. "It's over, Gorgon." Woo-Ming used his huge golden right arm to hit Gorgon's heart. Only the hilt of the divine saber of salvation was exposed. In the next second, the divine saber of salvation that was wreaking havoc in Gorgon's heart sank into Gorgon's body. Then, Woo-Ming released the true name of the divine saber of salvation, which had turned into his own noble artifact. "Purify her, divine saber of salvation, Excalibur." The divine saber of salvation, which had completely sunk into Gorgon's heart, exploded with extreme power and reacted violently with Gorgon, who was completely covered by the black origin mud. This stimulation gave Gorgon a final burst of strength, and he instantly broke free from Ereshkigal's suppression. Ereshkigal slumped to the ground, and even Meslamtia fell out of her hand. The stone pillars around Gorgon were all shattered and turned into supersonic bullets, scattering in all directions. Just as they were about to hit the unprepared Ereshkigal, a figure blocked in front of Ereshkigal. This person was Woo-Ming. Woo-Ming raised the huge right arm of the giant incarnation and blocked Ereshkigal, helping Ereshkigal block the gravel that could have killed her at this moment. Thank you." Ereshkigal, who was sitting on the ground in a duck posture, was stunned, but she still blurted out the words of gratitude, although it was more or less unnatural. This made Woo-Ming turn his head to look at Ereshkigal. Then, why did you save me?" Probably a little embarrassed by Woo-Ming's gaze, Ereshkigal asked a question that was baffling to Woo-Ming. After Ereshkigal asked this question, Woo-Ming turned his head back and looked at Gorgon, who was about to die. "I don't need a reason to save people." Huh. Ereshkigal was shocked by Woo-Ming's words. What kind of answer was that? There was nothing wrong with that statement, but Ereshkigal did not think that this sentence was suitable for Woo-Ming. Woo-Ming immediately changed his words. "I can't leave you in the lurch. You and I fought against Gorgon together, so we can be considered as half a comrade. Moreover, I am Ishtar's teacher. Even if we have only met twice, you are still Ishtar's sister, so you can be considered as half a student of mine." Woo-Ming was implying that it was natural for teachers to protect their students. However, Ereshkigal thought that these reasons were a little far-fetched. Woo-Ming naturally understood that these words were indeed far-fetched. In fact, Woo-Ming's real reason was that he believed that there was a hidden reason why Ereshkigal became the enemy of mankind. Woo-Ming didn't think that a person who would subconsciously say thank you to someone who helped him was a bad person. If such a person was a bad person, then those who really committed all kinds of crimes didn't even deserve to be called a bad person. Although Woo-Ming had a real reason, Woo-Ming would not say it out loud because it would be disrespectful to Ereshkigal. "I think you were forced. I think you are a good person, so I chose to save you." If Woo-Ming said that, it would seem a little self-righteous. Although in Ereshkigal's opinion, Woo-Ming was already very self-righteous, in short, the reason was not important. Woo-Ming saved Ereshkigal, that was all. After understanding this point, Ereshkigal did not say anything else. Instead, she and Woo-Ming looked at Gorgon. Gorgon's final radiance had ended. The black mud that covered Gorgon's body and the divine blade of salvation that erupted from Gorgon's heart had all been destroyed. Gorgon appeared in front of Woo-Ming and Ereshkigal. Chapter 985. Hyun-Ryong, you've won this time. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are kind. Gorgon, who was not a carnate demon, was no exception. Gorgon, who realized that he was hopeless, did not have the viciousness of an avenger. Instead, he revealed the serenity of a young girl. At this moment, Gorgon's serenity reminded Woo-Ming of two people. One was Anna, and the other was naturally Athena in the Godslayer world. It had to be said that the pseudo-three-eyed lowly had always been quite serene. In the end, Athena in that world was also Gorgon. After all, they were a trinity. The reason why Athena's clone in the Godslayer world became a demon was because of the changes in the inheritance of that world. The gods in the Godslayer world were bound by the inheritance of humans. Originally, they were powerful existences that were not gods. In order to protect themselves, humans used myths to bind these powerful existences. Later, because the matriarchal clan changed into a patrilineal clan, the myths were modified, and the gods bound by the myths were also changed. The reason why Gorgon in the M-Moon world was born was because of humans. If it weren't for those guys who dreamed of being a hero every day and went on a crusade against the three sisters who were gods, Medusa wouldn't have gone berserk from the slaughter and devoured her two sisters, eventually becoming a hero killer, the monster Gorgon. However, if there was good, there would be evil. This evil corresponded to the good of humans. As long as the human race existed, this would never change. Now that he thought about it, there were many reasons why Anna appeared in this singularity. The most obvious one was that Anna's real name was related to Gorgon. Although Anna had never told anyone her real name, Wu Ming already knew about Anna's identity. After all, Wu Ming had seen Anna in Winter Wood. Wu Ming estimated that Gudazi and the others should have guessed Anna's real name by now. It was just that everyone tacitly did not mention it. According to Wu Ming's understanding, Gudazi and the others were the kind of people who would not pursue the matter as long as the other party did not voluntarily reveal their real names. The possibility of Anna revealing her real name was also not high. Because Gorgon was about to leave, in a sense, there was no need for Anna to reveal her real name. As for the other point that Wu Ming guessed, it was because of the Holy Grail that Wu Ming left behind in this singularity. I wonder if Kingu did anything to the Holy Grail. Wu Ming muttered. Gorgon saw that Wu Ming was obviously thinking about something else. Although she knew that Wu Ming had neglected her, she was not angry at all. It was almost time for her to leave. A shattered wound appeared where Gorgon's heart was. The cracks spread from Gorgon's heart to Gorgon's whole body. It seemed that Gorgon was about to leave. Gorgon, where did you get this black mud? The sound of Gorgon's body shattering attracted Wu Ming's attention. He had a lot of questions. At the very least, he needed to let Gorgon do something before he left. However, Gorgon did not know why he smiled at this question. This is Tiamat's power. After Gorgon said this, he did not say anything else. The cracks on Gorgon's body grew bigger and bigger, as if they would shatter in the next second. Tiamat's power. Wu Ming muttered silently. Gorgon's answer did not satisfy Wu Ming. Wu Ming mainly wanted to know if Jisha did anything to this singularity. The Mesopotamia singularity was a time point before Jisha's time. The formation of this singularity was also personally arranged by Jisha. This already showed how special this singularity was. At least, it was more special than the previous 6 singularities. However, starting from the 5th singularity, Jisha and Wu Ming began to fight openly and covertly. Jisha created many holy grails and threw them into the 5th singularity in an attempt to use the various follower forces to cause trouble for Wu Ming, Chaldea, and the others. In the end, Jisha happened to enter the 5th Mesopotamia as one of the forces. In the end, not only did Jisha not cause much trouble for Wu Ming, Chaldea, and the others, but Wu Ming also found Jisha's hiding place and fought him. Although Wu Ming lost his body because of this, Jisha did not have it easy either. This was certain. However, because Wu Ming's body fell into another world, and because the flow of time in each world was different, Wu Ming was not in a hurry to find his body. At the very least, Jisha would take much longer to recover than Wu Ming. Probably because Jisha knew how powerful Wu Ming was, Jisha did not do anything to the 6th singularity. Jisha was also a smart person. If what happened at the 5th singularity was Jisha looking down on Wu Ming, then after the 5th singularity ended and Wu Ming came to fight with Jisha, Jisha no longer looked down on Wu Ming. He knew that his little tricks could not affect Wu Ming, so he simply did not care. The 6th singularity was like that. From Floro's words, Wu Ming vaguely learned that Jisha did not know that multiple demon god pillars had come to the 6th singularity. It could be said that this was completely done by Floros and the other demon god pillars. However, Floros probably did not expect to kill Wu Ming. Floros was not stupid. At most, he wanted to stall for time. However, who would have thought that Wu Ming was serious about Floro's little trick this time? In the end, Floros was stripped from the concept of the 72 demon god pillars and was sealed into the Holy Grail by Wu Ming. In addition, Wu Ming and one of the strongest in the sixth singularity, Artoria, were old acquaintances. Moreover, he had the help of the crown assassin, the old man of the mountain, Hassan Sabah. Although the old man basically did not make a move, Wu Ming, who realized the principle of take advantage of the situation, found his body in the box world. Moreover, because of the long time in the box world, Wu Ming was about to reach adulthood. He was only one step away, which was a pleasant surprise. Wu Ming did not believe that Jisha was his opponent now. After the matter of the seventh singularity was over and all singularities were repaired, Wu Ming would settle the score with Jisha. In short, although Wu Ming did not think that Jisha would do anything to the seventh singularity, the black soil that Gorgon had made Wu Ming suspicious. But since Gorgon said that it was Tiamat's authority, then it might really be Tiamat's authority. Putting aside whether Gorgon knew about Jisha's matter, even if Gorgon knew, if Gorgon did not want to say, Wu Ming would not force him. Just like how Wu Ming knew that Gorgon did not know that Anna had descended as a servant, he would not tell Gorgon about Anna. Chapter 986. As Wu Ming pondered, Gorgon's body cracked even more. Finally, without saying a word, Gorgon's huge body shattered and turned into mana particles that dissipated in the underworld. At this point, the magical beast goddess who had wreaked havoc in Mesopotamia for half a year was killed in an extremely aggrieved manner by having her heart pierced by an enemy while she was unprepared. At the same time, in the southwest forest, in the territory of the feathered serpent god, Anna, who had been injured by fighting against Yushu Mugger, suddenly looked in a certain direction in the north as if she had telepathically sensed something. The cloaked girl hugged her body with both hands and looked as if she did not know what to do. She muttered silently. Gorgon, in the underworld, Wu Ming did not feel proud or guilty about killing Gorgon. After all, even if they were to fight face to face, he could still kill Gorgon. It would just be a little more troublesome. It could only be said that it was a matter of luck. Who would have thought that Gorgon would come to the underworld? Who would have thought that Ereshkigal would join forces with Wu Ming? Who would have thought that Wu Ming would take advantage of Ereshkigal's restraining of Gorgon to send the divine blade of salvation into Gorgon's heart? This was the so-called time and fate. With a wave of his hand, Wu Ming took the divine blade of salvation into his hand and raised it high. Light once again shone on the underworld, but this time the light was gentler than before. When Gorgon broke free, some of the black soil flowed into the underworld. Wu Ming was responsible for dealing with it. No, it should be said that only Wu Ming, who had mastered the power of the source, could completely eliminate the black soil. Ereshkigal, who was behind Wu Ming, once again fell into a daze because of the light shining on the underworld. After a short while, the remaining black soil of the underworld was cleaned up by Wu Ming. The light disappeared and Wu Ming put away the divine blade of salvation. Wu Ming turned around and looked at Ereshkigal, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze. What are you doing? Why are you in a daze? Wu Ming's words brought Ereshkigal back to her senses and she immediately lowered her head. Although the underworld was still dark, Wu Ming could still see Ereshkigal's red cheeks due to embarrassment. However, Wu Ming was also used to Ereshkigal's girlish behavior. She was much more pleasing to the eye than Ishtar. Ereshkigal, what are you going to do next? Hey! Ereshkigal was a little confused. What did he mean by what are you going to do next? Well, let me ask another question. Gorgon, one of the three goddesses, has left. I have also drawn the other pillar goddess to the human side. Now, you are the only enemy left. The alliance between the three goddesses has indirectly collapsed. Are you going to continue attacking the Uruk, or are you going to stop? Ereshkigal was obviously stunned by Wu Ming's words. She had never thought about this question. After all, no matter who it was, humans were unable to resist the gods. Therefore, the end result would be a certain pillar goddess attacking the Uruk, seizing the Uruk's cup, and finally facing the attack of the remaining two goddesses. Just like Merlin's analysis of Gudazi and the others' narration before, The three goddesses would ultimately have to rely on force to decide the outcome. In the end, who would have thought that one of them would leave and another would be instigated, leaving Ereshkigal alone? You want to create a kingdom of death, right? Why would you have such an idea? Since the underworld existed, the souls of those who died in the battle in the past 6 months would come to the underworld. Not only that, but the people of Kuzar City had also inexplicably died overnight. This was undoubtedly Ereshkigal's doing. And from the number of souls in the spear cages that Wuming had seen when he entered the underworld twice, those people must have been imprisoned there. It was obvious that Ereshkigal wanted to create a kingdom of death. Even if Wuming's guess was not completely correct, it was probably not far from the truth. Ereshkigal did not speak. Instead, she remained silent and slowly lowered her head. Do you want to protect the humans? If the human body could not be protected, then at least the human soul could be preserved. Ereshkigal probably had this idea in mind when she joined the alliance of the three goddesses. Ereshkigal suddenly raised her head and looked at Wuming with astonishment, as if to say, "How did you know?" However, Wuming replied with a natural smile. At this point, if Wuming still could not figure it out, how stupid would he be? People say that the female ruler of the underworld, Ereshkigal, is the goddess of fear. I originally thought so too, but in the 2 times that I came into contact with you, I didn't find how terrifying you are. I think the reason why people think so is only because they are afraid of the death that you control. If a person looked fierce and was very solitary and had no friends, even if this person's heart was kinder than anyone else's, there would definitely be people around who judged people by their appearance. Then, this person would inevitably be regarded as a bad person because of his fierce appearance. In addition, this person was solitary and had no friends. After rumors spread, this person's identity as a bad person would be confirmed. Ereshkigal was probably the same. Because she was the female ruler of the underworld and controlled death, coupled with the fact that Ereshkigal could not leave the underworld and could not show her kind side to people, this caused people on the land to be more and more afraid of Ereshkigal. The name of the mother goddess of fear was passed down. It was precisely because people thought of her as the mother goddess of fear that Ereshkigal would dress up as the mother goddess of fear. Because her heart was not the character of the mother goddess of fear, she did not pretend to be the mother goddess of fear in time when she discovered Wuming. Instead, she maintained her original character. Because of this, Ereshkigal panicked because she was afraid that the secret of her disguise as the mother goddess of fear would be discovered. How could a girl who would try her best to play such a role because of rumors and panicked and broke her disguise when her little secret was discovered be a bad person? And the most important point, a person who will subconsciously say thank you to others. I really don't think such a person is the so-called mother goddess of fear. Ereshkigal was much better than Ishtar in this way. Since Wuming had said so much, no matter how stupid Ereshkigal was, she could understand that Wuming had almost figured it out, even if he was just guessing. Then, Ereshkigal spoke. You're right. I don't want to destroy the Uruk like Gorgon. I only want to protect the souls of humans. Evil will also help humans in evil ways. This is my way. Chapter 987. Wuming thought to himself, sure enough. Learning from Ereshkigal and guessing on your own were 2 completely different things. When Ereshkigal admitted it, Wuming was also relieved. After all, this could prove that Ereshkigal and Quetzalcoatl were the same. They were both gods who cared about humans but used special methods to save them. So, back to my previous question, what are you going to do next? The only evil god in the three goddesses alliance who wanted to destroy humans had already left, and the other good god had long been instigated by Wuming. In the three goddesses alliance, only Ereshkigal was left. It was natural that Wuming would ask Ereshkigal what she was going to do next. However, Ereshkigal sighed. The forced suppression of Gorgon just now consumed almost all of my divinity, and my behavior just now could be considered to have caused harm to Gorgon. The covenant of the three goddesses alliance is not something I can defy. At this moment, I am only able to survive because of the relationship between the underworld and me. If it was not for the connection between the underworld and me that allowed me to survive, you might not be able to see me. I think you should be very clear about this point. After all, in Ereshkigal's view, it was inconceivable that Wu Ming could not detect the changes in her now. Indeed, as Ereshkigal said, Wu Ming had actually been aware of the changes in Ereshkigal's body at this moment. The divinity in Ereshkigal's body had almost completely disappeared, and Ereshkigal's spiritual base had also become extremely fragile, as if it would break with a touch. Ereshkigal immediately asked, "Why don't you just kill me directly? Right now, I am extremely weak. After all, I am a member of the Three Goddesses Alliance, an enemy of mankind." What Ereshkigal meant was that once she was killed, there would be no follow-up troubles. There would be no need to ask what Ereshkigal was going to do next, and there would be no need to worry that Ereshkigal would continue to deal with the humans. After she was killed, the Three Goddesses Alliance would truly collapse, and the humans would be saved. This singularity would also be fine. It was simply a profitable business. However, Wu Ming shook his head. "I can even spare the good gods who do evil, so why can't I spare the evil gods who do good?" Ereshkigal was stunned. She knew that Wu Ming was comparing her to Ishtar. Indeed, although Ishtar was a good god, Ishtar often did some evil things. Although the degree of evil was not high, the sentence "do not do evil because it is small" was always useful. On the other hand, Ereshkigal was an evil god in name, but she joined the Three Goddesses Alliance to deal with the humans in a roundabout way. She thought that she could not save Mesopotamia, so in order to save the humans, she chose to collect the souls of the humans and store them in the underworld to save them. Ereshkigal's approach was somewhat similar to that of Artoria, who had the Holy Lance, but after all, they were different. After all, Ereshkigal only preserved the souls of the humans. Ishtar and Ereshkigal were different sides of the same divinity, so it was natural to compare them. The enemy of the humans is not the Three Goddesses Alliance. The only enemy of the humans is the goddess of warcraft. Ereshkigal and Quetzalcoatl did not join the Three Goddesses Alliance with the purpose of destroying the humans. They joined the Three Goddesses Alliance to help and save the humans. But Gorgon has already been destroyed by you, right? Without talking about the goddess of warcraft, Wu Ming directly answered Ereshkigal on the other hand. "Didn't I say that I am Ishtar's teacher, and you are Ishtar's sister, so you are also half my disciple? The mistakes made by the disciple should be corrected and made up for by the teacher. Although it is natural for the teacher to punish the disciple, your safety is also part of my responsibility. After knowing your secret, if I still choose to kill you, then it is really my fault. And if Ishtar knows about it, she will not forgive me." Regardless of whether these words were true or false, Wu Ming was not prepared to destroy Ereshkigal. Wu Ming's meaning was very clear, so how could Ereshkigal not understand? Suddenly, some tears appeared in Ereshkigal's eyes. This was the first time someone cared about her. But if Wu Ming knew what Ereshkigal was thinking, he would probably laugh it off. With Ereshkigal's EQ, which was raised as a young lady who did not know about the world because she stayed in the underworld for a long time, she probably would not realize that someone cared about her. For example, Ishtar, who was actually very concerned about her half. However, one was too arrogant and did not show any concern, while the other's EQ was too low and did not notice the other's concern. This caused both of them to not realize the other's meaning, which was really regrettable. And, the most important reason, then, Wu Ming's tone changed. "The goddess of warcraft is still alive." Huh? Ereshkigal was dumbfounded. Could it be that Gorgon was fake? Was that why Kingu did not come to save her? But that was impossible. Gorgon was completely real to Ereshkigal. How could he be fake? Then, Wu Ming answered Ereshkigal's doubts. "The real goddess of warcraft is Tiamat." Ereshkigal was stunned. But, Wu Ming naturally knew what Ereshkigal wanted to say. She was just asking for the reason. "The reason is that the fake Enkidu's body allowed me to kill Gorgon." Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. What kind of reason was that? "I've seen Gorgon and Kingu a few times before. I can feel that Kingu cares about Gorgon from the bottom of his heart. It's not fake." Ereshkigal expressed her opinion. "Oh, you also call the fake Kingu?" Ereshkigal understood what Wu Ming meant. Of course, She knew that the fake Kingu was not the real goddess of Warcraft. That's what he calls himself. Let's just call him that for now. Ereshkigal sighed helplessly, probably because she felt helpless about Wuming's seriousness. Then let's call him Kingu. It didn't matter if he called the fake Enkidu or Kingu. After all, it was just a small matter. There was no need to harp on it. The key was the relationship between Kingu and Gorgon. As you said, Kingu's feelings for Gorgon are real. Then why did Kingu allow Gorgon to leave? Wuming followed Kingu into the underworld, but Kingu was nowhere to be found. This was very strange. Ereshkigal was speechless. Indeed, Kingu's feelings for Gorgon were real. But if that was the case, why did Kingu abandon Gorgon? The only answer is that Kingu's feelings are not for Gorgon, but for the goddess of Warcraft. Chapter 988. It was obviously wrong to say that Gorgon, who held part of Tiamat's authority, was not the goddess of magical beasts. However, it was also wrong to say that Gorgon was the goddess of magical beasts, because Gorgon did not have the authority to give birth to magical beasts. Gorgon had only borrowed Tiamat's authority. That was why Kingu often called himself the son of the goddess of magical beasts, and not Gorgon's son. Even if Gorgon is dead, the goddess of magical beasts is still alive. That's why Kingu abandoned Gorgon. The underworld extended in all directions, and there were many stone pillars and bridges. It was not difficult to circle around Wuming and return to the surface. Meanwhile, Wuming was chasing after Gorgon and Fenbaba, and neglected Kingu. Ereshkigal was suppressing Gorgon at the time, so it was normal that she did not notice Kingu's location. Ereshkigal closed her eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. There is no sign of Kingu in the underworld, only a trace left behind by him. Ereshkigal was, after all, the ruler of the underworld, and it was not difficult for her to detect the creatures in the underworld. It's just as you said. Kingu abandoned Gorgon. Ereshkigal could not help but sigh. Although they were on different sides, Ereshkigal felt a little sad for Gorgon. No matter how many excuses he had, Kingu betrayed Gorgon. Betrayal was the only thing that made one's heart turn cold. This was a topic that no matter which dynasty, whether human or god, would sigh endlessly. Then, Ereshkigal realized a problem. Wait. If the goddess of magical beasts is not Gorgon, but Mother, where would Mother be hiding? The Mesopotamia looked very big, but it was only a small area. The surface of the Mesopotamia was divided according to the forces, and most of the underground was occupied by Ereshkigal's underworld and Zhuge Kongming's noble phantasm. Tiamat's body was extremely huge, and it was said that her body was that of the dragon god. There was no place for her to hide. There was another important point. Tiamat was once exiled by the gods into the void, and it was not a place where one could casually come and go. If Tiamat could come out of the void, she would not have come out at the end of the gods' era. Ereshkigal's words reminded Wuming of the Persian Gulf. The dream he had about Tiamat was that he was in an ocean full of black mud. At that time, Wuming fell asleep near the Persian Gulf, and the Persian Gulf was connected to the Indian Ocean. It was easy for it to accommodate Tiamat's legendary huge body. Therefore, Tiamat was most likely hiding in the Persian Gulf. At the very least, she was hiding in the virtual space of the Persian Gulf. However, Wuming agreed with the former. Tiamat will definitely come out of the void. There is no doubt about that. Tiamat's authority was not so easy to take. If Tiamat was still in the void, even with the help of the Holy Grail, Gorgon would not be able to bless himself with Tiamat's authority. Wuming guessed that it was probably because of the collapse of human reason, coupled with Jisha's tricks, such as borrowing the power of the Holy Grail, that Tiamat successfully escaped from the void. For some unknown reason, she was sleeping somewhere in this world. Kingu was either simply there to meet up with Tiamat, or he was there to awaken the sleeping Tiamat. Wuming believed that it was the former. The black mud only appeared on Gorgon's body, and it did not invade the land. This means that Tiamat definitely hasn't come to this land yet, or she is also sleeping. In this regard, Ereshkigal nodded in agreement. If Tiamat had appeared in Mesopotamia, perhaps humanity would have been finished long ago, and they would still be able to resist for half a year. As the only native god in Mesopotamia's Sumer pantheon, it could be said that no one understood Tiamat's power better than Ereshkigal. Although she wasn't like Ishtar who could freely roam the world, Ereshkigal wasn't the kind of person who didn't care about worldly affairs. Ereshkigal was indeed quite reclusive, but not to mention that the Garula spirit would bring her news of the surface, as her divine authority, peddling, would also tell Ereshkigal stories of the surface from time to time, whether it was about humans or gods. Otherwise, if Ereshkigal had stayed in the underworld for tens of thousands of years, she wouldn't have gone crazy from boredom. At the very least, Ereshkigal wouldn't be like a young lady who lived in a boudoir like she was now. It had to be said that time could erase the soul of an intelligent creature, but it could also erase the soul of a god. It was rare for Ereshkigal, who could only stay underground and endure the curse of being imprisoned, to have the temperament of a young lady. If Ishtar and Ereshkigal were to exchange identities, perhaps Ishtar would be imprisoned for a long time and her soul would collapse and become an evil god. Of course, this was only an if. After all, Ishtar's personality was cultivated. If they were to exchange identities from the beginning, the outcome would be unpredictable. All in all, Ereshkigal was a god after all. Even if she didn't understand the affairs of the humans on the surface, she wouldn't and couldn't not understand the affairs of the gods. Gods wouldn't change for millions of years, unlike humans who would change dynasties in less than 100 years or even a dozen years. The mother has an ability called aminogease, also known as cell coercion. It can transform the captured life forms into creatures that will completely obey the mother's orders and become the enemy of humans. This is the mother's most powerful and terrifying ability. Hearing Ereshkigal's explanation, Wuming felt that this was similar to the black root mud. This was probably why Ereshkigal could still remain calm after Gorgon admitted that the black root mud was Tiamat's authority. However, Ereshkigal didn't know that the black root mud in Gorgon's body was the black root mud. Wuming wouldn't mistake it. What was strange was that Gorgon clearly possessed the black root mud, but Gorgon said that it was Tiamat's authority. After all, Ereshkigal was a cornerstone that had been in the underworld since birth. It wasn't surprising that the black root mud Gorgon mentioned was Tiamat's authority. It could only be said that either Gorgon was lying, or Tiamat possessed the black root mud. In other words, her own authority had fused with the black root mud, which had a very similar effect. This wasn't good news. Chapter 989. After all, Wuming was not a native god of Sumer. Naturally, he did not know about Tiamat's crazy ability. But after Wuming thought of his trump card, he was relieved. After all, there was no need to panic. Wuming looked at Ereshkigal again. Move the underworld to a safe place. This way, Tiamat will not endanger you. As long as the underworld was moved to the north or below the mountains, as long as the underworld was not connected to the surface, Tiamat would not affect Ereshkigal underground. However, Wuming's words made Ereshkigal unhappy. I am also on the side of humans. Don't think of me as the same as Ishtar. Hearing Ereshkigal's complaint, Wuming could not help but smile. First of all, Ereshkigal did not understand Ishtar. Ishtar would not run away at such a critical moment for the survival of humans. Probably in Ereshkigal's mind, Ishtar was the greedy goddess who was addicted to treasures and overestimated herself. Second of all, Wuming also felt gratified for Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal's words also represented that Ereshkigal had answered Wuming's question. In short, it was good that Ereshkigal had the heart. Anyway, she could not do the specific thing. After all, you can't leave the underworld. There's no doubt about that. This was a hard point. Moreover, your spirit base is now so fragile that it can be broken with a light touch. Wuming's meaning was clear. Ereshkigal could not even protect herself. How could she help others? Ereshkigal once again fell into a state of embarrassment and blushed. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, Wuming was right. Just stay in the underworld obediently. When the surface can't hold on any longer, I'll come to you for help. At that time, you won't be able to refuse even if you want to. Wuming said jokingly. Then, in a flash, He appeared on top of Fenbaba. Remember to release the souls of the citizens of Kuza. Their bodies are still intact in the bottom level of the Uruk's divine tower. As for those who died in battle, they were truly dead. Even if their souls were released, they could not be resurrected. Millimeter. All right, I got it. Probably no one had ever treated Ereshkigal so rudely before. This made Ereshkigal a little uncomfortable. She didn't even know how to react. But at the same time, Ereshkigal felt a little inferior to herself. Her whole face showed an I'm very sad atmosphere. Wuming, who was sitting on Fenbaba's back, saw Ereshkigal's expression. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ishtar was a little childish. Then, Wuming suddenly said, "You're Ishtar's sister. No matter what, you have to be more elegant than Ishtar." Elegant. Ereshkigal silently analyzed this word. While Ereshkigal was analyzing elegance, Wuming silently chanted a sentence. "With my spirit of speech, let the justice of the world appear." A golden short sword appeared in Wuming's hand. Since Ereshkigal was not confident, then he would help her. After all, he was half a disciple. Then, Wuming stabbed himself with the golden short sword. Ereshkigal was so scared that she couldn't speak. Was he trying to commit suicide? But then, Ereshkigal found a new problem. Why can you still use your authority in the underworld? Ereshkigal could feel that the golden short sword in Wuming's hand was a god's authority. But this was the underworld. If divinity was ineffective here, then naturally, authority would be ineffective. However, Ereshkigal immediately realized a problem. Since Wuming could use his divine authority, didn't that mean that Wuming could take her down when they first met? After all, in terms of divinity, Ereshkigal could only be considered a mid-tier god. Wuming was a foreign god that even the god king had to respect. There was no doubt that he could take her down. At that moment, Ereshkigal's face turned red. It was a pity that she had pretended to be the goddess of fear to scare him. In the end, he didn't mind at all. He didn't give her face as the queen of the underworld. Seeing Ereshkigal's face turn red, Wuming guessed Ereshkigal's thoughts. He shook his head indifferently. It was just a girl's temperament. There was no need to care. In the next second, the golden short sword that pierced Wuming's body disappeared. A ball of light appeared at the spot where the golden short sword pierced. "This is for you. I don't really need it." With that, Wuming threw the ball of light to Ereshkigal. Then, Wuming opened a huge portal. Fenbaba understood and jumped in directly. Ereshkigal, who subconsciously caught the ball of light, hugged it with both hands. It could be said that Ereshkigal was still sitting on the ground at this moment. If Ereshkigal was standing, she would definitely stagger a few steps when she caught the ball of light. Ereshkigal looked up in Wuming's direction. There was only a portal that had shrunk to the size of a fist left. Then, Ereshkigal looked down at the ball of light in her arms. With this look, Ereshkigal suddenly found something wrong. "This is divinity." Ereshkigal immediately panicked. Wuming had given his divinity as the Hyun Ryong to Ereshkigal. The golden short sword could cut the enemy's power. Naturally, it could also cut Wuming's own. Wuming had used the golden short sword to cut his own divinity. Just as Wuming had said, Wuming had no use for this thing. His own power did not come from the divinity that was added by the legend of the Hyun Ryong. Therefore, to Wuming, this divinity did not matter to him. Ereshkigal's divinity had almost completely disappeared. The spirit base was only hanging on by a thread because of the underworld. It was obvious that Ereshkigal needed this more than Wuming. Divinity can be given away. Ereshkigal was stunned. She had never heard of a god giving away their own divinity. Could it be that Wuming's power had been weakened? Ereshkigal, who did not know what was going on, could not help but frown. She was not going to use it. She was going to find a chance to return it to Wuming. It was fine if she could not help him, but how could she drag him down? However, in the next second, the divinity that belonged to the Hyun Ryong slid into Ereshkigal's body. Suddenly, Ereshkigal was surrounded by a golden light. Chapter 990. Heh. Ereshkigal was confused once again. However, there was something else that made Ereshkigal even more confused. Beside Ereshkigal, there was a black-haired little girl wearing a robe and holding a staff. The little girl looked at Ereshkigal, and Ereshkigal looked at the little girl. The two of them stared at each other. Brother Wuming? The little girl looked at Ereshkigal with a tone of speculation, disbelief, and suspicion. Brother Wuming? Ereshkigal repeated the little girl's words, and showed an even more surprised expression. Who is Brother Wuming? On the surface of Mesopotamia, in a dense forest far away from the underworld. A huge black-purple ripple appeared here, and then a huge green creature walked out, and there was an extraordinary figure sitting on its back. The two of them were Fenbaba and Wuming, who left through the portal. And this dense forest was Quizzard's territory. Wuming snapped his fingers and closed the portal. Even the rules of the underworld could not restrict Wuming, so the underworld naturally could not restrict Wuming. Ereshkigal is really an interesting person. It's a pity that I can't stay for a while longer. Wuming recalled Ereshkigal's shocked expression, and his face was filled with joy. Woo-woo tilde 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 Fenbaba called out twice, and it seemed like it did not understand Wuming's words. Wuming laughed, and then shook his head. It was normal for Fenbaba not to understand Wuming's joy, and Ereshkigal might not understand Wuming's meaning. But then, Wuming could not laugh anymore. This was because Wuming felt an unusually large magical power coming from the east. That's the Persian Gulf. In an instant, Wuming guessed the source of such a large magical power. It's Tiamat, right? Gorgon's possession of Tiamat's power was not a simple possession, but a sharing. Only a shared death could make Tiamat immediately wake up, or rather, wake up. This was probably Kingu's goal. Kingu wanted Tiamat to appear, and Wuming wanted to end this singularity as soon as possible. I have to hurry. Although Silent Wonder had never seen Tiamat before and did not know how powerful she was, Silent Wonder would not underestimate her. Before Wuming's trump card was ready, he had to make some preparations to deal with Tiamat. Wuming thought as he released his mental power. After determining his current location, he retracted his mental power. Wuming found himself in the northwest part of the forest. This was the place where Wuming and Merlin met up on their way to Eridu. This could not be helped. Fenbaba was too large to appear in the city, and Wuming had only stayed in this forest other than Eric Metropolis and Yor. I wonder if the demonic beasts here have been eliminated. Wuming thought. Then, Wuming pointed in the direction of Eridu to Fenbaba. Let's go, we'll head there. Heading towards Eridu, they would know the situation. Woo-woo-woo tilde tilde Fenbaba cried out again, and then ran in the direction Wuming pointed. Fenbaba was obviously a huge existence, but it was like a fish in water. It did not knock down any trees in this forest. This was probably the talent of Fenbaba as a forest beast. On the way, Wuming and Fenbaba took advantage of this short idle time to chat. After all, even if the situation was critical, it was useless to be anxious. It was better to temporarily pin the hope of stopping Tiamat on Gilgamesh, while Wuming went to the battlefield in the forest to meet up with Gudazi. Speaking of which, why did you run to my temple? I left you behind to help them, but you ended up sleeping in my temple. Although Fenbaba looked bloated, it was probably due to the pressure from Tiamat. At this moment, Fenbaba's speed was not slow at all. The rapid airflow flowed past Wuming's face. If it was an ordinary person, they might have suffocated. However, no matter how fast the airflow was, Wuming's words fell into Fenbaba's ears. Woo-woo-woo tilde tilde tilde, so that's how it is. It's not used to being away from Yggdrasil, so it fell asleep. This was something that Wuming did not expect. After all, Fenbaba was a mythological beast and not a life in Yggdrasil. In Wuming's opinion, even if Fenbaba was separated from Yggdrasil, it would not be a big problem. However, who would have thought that Fenbaba had been fused with Yggdrasil for a long time, and the sudden separation would have a mental impact on Fenbaba? Fortunately, the impact was not big. Then you come back first. Wuming said, opened the dragon nest space, and took out Yggdrasil. Wuming did not mean to let Fenbaba return to Yggdrasil. Wooming meant to let Yggdrasil integrate into Fen Barber's body. The two had already formed a symbiotic relationship, and it was not a problem at all who was in whose body. Wooming held Yggdrasil in a reverse grip and stabbed Yggdrasil into Fen Barber's body that was full of green hair, but there was no bloody scene. The moment Yggdrasil came into contact with Fen Barber, it turned into energy from the spearhead and integrated into Fen Barber's body bit by bit. After Fen Barber accepted Yggdrasil, it seemed to have strengthened a lot, and its speed became faster. Stop. Suddenly, Wooming made Fen Barber stop. The reason why Wooming suddenly stopped was that Wooming smelled blood, and it was the blood of a demonic beast. The blood of a demonic beast was not the same as human blood, so it had a different smell from human blood. Wooming could naturally smell it in an instant. As for Fen Barber, whose sense of smell was more sensitive than Wooming's, it had already smelled the scent of a demonic beast, but they were all dead, so Fen Barber did not report it to Wooming. Wooming closed his eyes and spread out his mental strength. In an instant, the nearby scene appeared in his mind. On the side of Wooming, a large number of trees had collapsed and were destroyed. One after another, demonic beast corpses were lying among the destroyed trees. A large amount of purple blood stained the ground and the destroyed trees. Not only that, but even the surrounding intact woods also had demonic beast corpses. And in the center of the collapsed area, a huge red demonic beast was lying there, its head separated from its body. Most of the purple blood in this area was actually provided by this huge demonic beast. Demonic beast commander? Wooming frowned. The size of an ordinary demonic beast could not reach that level. Only a demonic beast commander could explain this. Judging from the death of the demonic beast commander, Gudazi and the others must have won. Chapter 991. Gudazi and the others had most likely returned to Eric Metropolis, but he didn't know how many casualties there were. However, Wooming couldn't go to Eric Metropolis right now. Wait for me here. Wooming exhorted and leaped into the air above the forest, heading towards the battlefield. Fen Barber, who nodded to indicate understood, found a relatively large rock, climbed up, and rested. In the blink of an eye, Wooming arrived at the battlefield. Wooming frowned when he sensed the demonic beast commander through his mental power. It was because Wooming found a trace of abnormality in the wound of the demonic beast commander. It was because of this abnormality that Wooming didn't choose to go to Eric Metropolis directly. Wooming didn't care about the other demonic beasts and went straight to the corpse of the demonic beast commander. After inspecting the monster's corpse, Silent Cry found that there was a trace of death aura around the wound on its head. This aura was very similar to the aura of the underworld. Wooming, who had just left the underworld, wouldn't be mistaken. Immediately, Wooming made a judgment. This demonic beast commander was beheaded with a single slash. And to be able to behead it with a single slash and have a trace of death aura in the wound, only that guy could do it. The old man of the mountain, Hassan Sabah. Although there were many Hassans, the one Wooming was referring to was none other than the first Hassan, who was qualified to be an assassin. Wooming was the one who took a slash from that guy. It was normal for him to be able to easily recognize that the slash came from the first Hassan. No, it should be said that no matter who was slashed by the first Hassan, they would remember it. Since he's already here, I can finally relax. Although he was exaggerating the first Hassan was no ordinary person. In terms of assassination, Wooming did not dare to underestimate him. With the addition of Merlin, Gilgamesh, Zhuge Kongming, and Chaldea's Roman, these four think tanks, Wooming didn't have to worry as much. Let's go straight to Edu. Since Gudazi and the rest were not here, Wooming did not need to continue using Fen Barber. After Wooming finished speaking, he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. At the same time, a huge portal suddenly appeared under Fen Barber, who was resting on a rock. Caught off guard, Fen Barber fell into it. Woo woo woo. The portal suddenly closed, and Fen Barber's frightened cry echoed in the forest. Near Eric Metropolis, in the Feathered Serpent Temple. Two portals, one big and one small, opened. Wooming walked out of the small portal, while Fen Barber fell out of the horizontal portal. Dong, Fen Barber fell to the ground with a loud bang. The citizens of Eric Metropolis thought it was an earthquake. Woo 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 tilde tilde tilde. Fen Barber lay on the ground and cried out. Its head rubbed against Wu Ming as if it was in pain. However, others did not understand Fen Barber, but Wu Ming did. Fen Barber was not hurt at all. It was just frightened and acted spoiled to Wu Ming. Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry, Fen Barber. Wu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he stroked Fen Barber's head and apologized in a funny tone. However, it was really useful. Fen Barber immediately stood up, giving people the feeling that it had completely recovered. Whoa! Isn't this Lord Hyun Ryong? At this time, the leopard man suddenly appeared from a haystack and looked at Wu Ming and Fen Barber with a silly expression. Wu Ming was not surprised that the leopard man came to greet him. Fen Barber's fall from the portal to the ground made a lot of noise. As a leopard man who has an intuition beyond that of a beast, it is impossible for him not to discover it. In addition, the leopard man is lively and active. It must be her who came to greet Wu Ming and Fen Barber. Leopard man, is Tachika Fujimaru still here? Without talking nonsense with the leopard man, Wu Ming asked concisely. Tilda she has already left, she went east. The leopard man pointed to the east, and there was a trace of seriousness in his seemingly silly eyes. It seems that the leopard man's intuition also detected the danger. Where is Quizzard? Wu Ming didn't believe that Quizzard couldn't detect the movement caused by Tiamat. Quizzard Koyatl just left, she went to find Tachika Fujimaru. A familiar light voice came from the other side of Wu Ming. Wu Ming turned his head and saw that it was indeed Anna. But the difference is that Anna seems to have something on her hand this time. Her body is wrapped with something similar to a bandage. Not only that, but Anna's hood is not worn. Kuka is worried about Tachika Fujimaru, so he rushed over to help. Ignoring the leopard man, Wu Ming walked to Anna. Anna, are you okay? Faced with Wu Ming's concern, Anna shook her head. I accidentally suffered a minor injury when dealing with Yushiu Mugger, and I have almost recovered. Yushiu Mugger? It's probably the name of the magical beast commander who was beheaded. And the reason why Anna stayed here is probably to recuperate. Then, Anna continued to speak. Merlin asked me to wait for you here. He said it's very urgent and he hopes you can make a judgment based on this. Anna said while taking out a clay tablet from under her cloak. So that's how it is. Not only is she recuperating, but she also works as a messenger. Wu Ming took it and found that the clay tablet was empty. Not only that, but it was also covered with a powerful illusion. If you forcibly look at it, you will fall into an illusion. Merlin, this guy. Wu Ming was a little speechless. This is simply superfluous. Merlin always likes to work on such meaningless things. A few Lune runes were inputted into the clay tablet by Wu Ming as if entering a password. The illusion suddenly disappeared, and the clay tablet was still empty. But then, some words directly appeared in Wu Ming's mind, and Wu Ming also subconsciously closed his eyes. In the next second, the clay tablet in Wu Ming's hand directly turned into yellow soil and scattered. Anna didn't say anything and quietly waited for Wu Ming to digest it. On the other hand, the leopard man and Fen Barber foolishly mixed together. In an instant, Wu Ming opened his eyes. Let's go back to Uruk. This was Wu Ming's judgment. Anna nodded silently. In any case, Merlin told her to listen to Wu Ming's words. Although Anna didn't want to listen to Merlin, after all, Wu Ming was a reliable person, so Anna could only make do with it. Hearing Wu Ming's words, Fen Barber also kicked the leopard man away and ran to Wu Ming's side, fully showing that she was on call. Good. Then I will also go to Uruk. The leopard man put his hands on his hips, showing an inexplicable sense of pride. Wu Ming looked at the leopard man with disdain, but Wu Ming still decided to bring the leopard man. In any case, she was still a goddess. Even if she wasn't as good as Quizzard and Ishtar, she would still play a role, right? However, at this moment, Wu Ming suddenly noticed that a large amount of magic that made Wu Ming feel disgusted was moving toward Eric Metropolis. Wu Ming had a bad feeling. Chapter 992. Quizzard's shrine wasn't in Eric Metropolis, but next to Eric Metropolis. Wooming decided to go to Eric Metropolis to take a look. After all, the magic power made Wooming feel uneasy. If Wooming, the leopard man, and Anna left just like that, the citizens of Eric Metropolis might be in danger. Wooming turned to look at the leopard man, who had the sharpest senses. At this moment, the leopard man narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Eric Metropolis. It seemed that the leopard man had also noticed the disgusting magic power. Let's go to Eric Metropolis first. Eric Metropolis. The citizens of Eric Metropolis were living their lives day after day. Although they were living in fear for a short period of time because of Quizzard, Eric Metropolis had returned to its previous daily life because of Wooming pulling the feathered serpent god into his group. As the saying goes, those who rely on the mountain live off the mountain, and those who rely on the river live off the water. After all, there were changes in the surroundings of Eric Metropolis. With the consent of Quizzard, the people would enter the jungle from time to collect some items for their daily life. After all, this jungle was moved by Quizzard based on the jungle in South America. There were plenty of resources, whether it was water, fruit trees, or herbs, they were all abundant. However, because the trees were full of water, they weren't suitable for firewood. But the former was enough for Eric Metropolis. In addition, the jungle would drive away the magic beasts, and the leopard man and his subordinates would occasionally help to collect. The citizens of Eric Metropolis were living a good life. As usual, the citizens of Eric Metropolis returned to Eric Metropolis after collecting the resources from the jungle. But the difference was that when they returned, someone greeted them at the entrance of the city. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's take a rest here." The person who spoke was a seemingly noble woman who was dressed elegantly and wore a veil. Even with the veil covering her face, the woman's beauty was obvious. However, no one was captivated by the woman because her status made them subconsciously respect her. "Lady Sidui, thank you for waiting for us here." A person who seemed to be a leader replied to Sidui with incomparable respect. This woman was Sidui, who had rushed over from Uruk with Gudazi and the others. For some reason, Sidui was left behind. When she heard that the people who went out were about to return, Sidui volunteered to wait at the entrance of the city. Sidui didn't know what she should do. Because of Hunryong's identity as the chief priest, the citizens of Eric Metropolis respected her very much. They didn't let her do any dirty work. More importantly, the living habits of Eric Metropolis had changed because of the jungle. Sidui, who didn't know about this at all, couldn't force herself to do any work. She might even be more of a hindrance. That was why Sidui was waiting at the entrance of the city to welcome the people who returned. She could only play a role in this aspect for now. The people sat down in the open space to rest for a while, and Sidui looked at the resources that the people had collected. "It seems like we didn't get much this time." Even though Sidui hadn't seen what the previous harvests were like, Sidui could tell at a glance that they didn't get much this time. After all, the amount this time was pitiful. The people only had a few jars of water and some fruits with them. That was all. The resources around here are almost all collected. Lord Leopardman and the others lost some of their men to fight the monsters. There are many things that we can't collect by ourselves. Although they didn't get much, the leader's face was full of gratitude and guilt. Not only the leader, but the others were also the same. They were not uncivilized people. They were protected by the forest and the gods, and they were able to obtain resources that they had never seen before. The most important thing was that they were able to survive in this land that was filled with magical beasts. Just this last point alone was enough to satisfy them. That was why they were so grateful. As for the guilt, it was because many of the orcs under Leopard Man died in the battle with the monsters. After all, they were fighting the monsters for Eric Metropolis, so it was natural for them to feel guilty. "Alright, it's all in the past. Organize the resources and go back to see your families." "Yes, Lord Sidui." Sidui was like an angel. The fatigue of the people who went out to collect resources was instantly cleared away. However, at this moment, a clacking sound suddenly came from the dense forest behind them. Everyone turned their heads to look. They really couldn't imagine what could make such a strange sound. It couldn't be a monster or an animal because such a sound couldn't be made by living creatures. The trees in the jungle began to shake, and the bushes rustled. A brave citizen of Eric Metropolis walked over with a knife in his hand. He was about to check it out when he arrived in front of the bushes. But in the next second, a pitch-black cone-like object suddenly pierced the man's chest. In an instant, the man's chest was pierced, and blood spurted out. Then, the thing that pierced the man's chest walked out. Everyone present was shocked. What kind of strange thing was this? A pitch-black creature with arthropods appeared in front of them. Its head did not have any facial features, only a slanted mouth. A large red snake head dangled out of its mouth in an extremely disgusting manner. Its mouth full of neat white teeth did not make people feel at ease, and together with its pitch-black body, it made people feel extremely disgusted. The humanoid body under its head was rather weak and delicate, and its legs had degenerated into two thin lines. It looked like it had completely lost the ability to walk. On the other hand, the monster had 4 arms that resembled appendages. 3 of the 4 arthropods with sharp ends were scattered in 3 directions as support for the weak body. The 4th arthropod held the man whose chest was pierced. Blood flowed all over the ground in the blink of an eye. The people who were struggling before were basically motionless now. ZSWSNRLDSTZSCRN, some words that people couldn't understand came out from the mouth of this strange thing that they had never seen before. Everyone who heard it felt uncomfortable. Coupled with the appearance of this unknown thing, it was a complete visual pollution. There was no doubt that the demonic beasts were wreaking havoc on this land. Although the people of Iledu were protected, it was precisely because of this that they had nowhere to vent their frustrations unless they went to the battlefield. Their nerves were now extremely sensitive and tense. And now, their tense nerves seemed to have been cut by this visual pollution. Many people felt despair, fear, and terror in their hearts. And in the next second, this fear intensified. Chapter 993. The corpse of the impaled citizen slid off the forelimb of the unknown creature. However, in the next second, a monster that looked exactly like the unknown creature broke out of the cocoon and absorbed the corpse along the way. What is this? The scene before them made many feel despair towards this monster that was full of mental corruption. Out of fear, the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. Sidui looked uneasy. It was too late to retreat and seek help from the Quetzalcoatl god and the leopard man. Moreover, it was not just these 2 creatures. More and more unknown creatures walked out of the dense forest in front of them. There were hundreds of them. Now, everyone understood where the clacking sound came from. It was the footsteps of these unknown creatures. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The unknown creatures did not move. They just looked at them like a cat looking at a mouse. "We're done for, run." It was unknown who said this, but surprisingly, this sentence caused everyone to react and run towards the city behind them. The dark unknown creatures moved as well. They were like cats that saw the mouse moving and were ready to hunt it down. Everyone, hurry to the Quetzalcoatl god's temple. Sidui did not move. Instead, she shouted loudly. She told everyone to stay calm when they lost their cool. Then, Sidui rushed towards the monsters. "At least we have to buy some time." There was one thing that Sidui knew very well. There was no time to escape. Against so many dark monsters, the Quizzard god and the leopard man would not be able to save them. If that's the case, let me buy some time. Even if it's just for a second. This was Sidui's thought. In this situation where the chances of survival were extremely low, Sidui hoped that she could be the cornerstone to buy some time for others to live. ZZLWDSJDL. The monsters spoke in a language that the humans could not understand. They split into 2 groups. Some of them surrounded Sidui, the weak human who had rushed over, while the others chased after the people who were running away. NWSMBTZ. NWSMBTZ. The monsters surrounded Sidui, as if they were questioning her why she did not run away. They kept repeating the same sentence. Sijui could not understand the language of these monsters. She could only suppress her trembling body, clasped her hands in front of her chest, closed her eyes and prayed. Lord Hyun-ryong, KLS. JTBC WMDTL. KLS. JTBC WMDTL. The monsters raised their sharp forelimbs, as if they were performing some kind of ritual, and collectively stabbed their forelimbs at Sijui. However, the pain did not reach Sijui's body. Instead, the sound of the weapon piercing into the flesh reached Sijui's ears. Poochie. 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 Sijui boldly opened her eyes. The pitch-black monsters around her were all paralyzed on the ground. There were weapons pierced through their bodies. Purple blood flowed out from the bodies of these dead monsters. King Gilgamesh. This scene was very similar to Gilgamesh's style. After all, in Sijui's memory, only Gilgamesh, who had the Gate of Babylon, could do this. Unfortunately, Gil did not come. A familiar voice entered Sijui's ears. Sijui could not help but raise her head, and then she saw Wu Ming attached to the air. Lord Hyun-ryong. Wu Ming waved his hand, and the weapons that killed the pitch-black monsters all flew into the illusory grids that appeared one after another behind Wu Ming, and the bodies of the dead monsters also turned into dust and dissipated. Sijui finally understood that those weapons were released from the grids behind Wu Ming. This was the same method as Gilgamesh. As expected of a master and disciple. Sijui thought so. That's right. Lord Hyun-ryong, there are still some monsters heading towards Eric Metropolis. Sijui immediately reacted and looked at Wu Ming pleadingly. Don't worry, Fen Barber, Leopard Man, and Anna are all in the city. These things won't cause any trouble. Just Fen Barber alone was able to annihilate these unknown monsters without any casualties. Their physical strength wasn't that high, and they had no idea what they were. Wu Ming jumped down from the air and grabbed a handful of dust that disappeared from the monsters in his hand. This is God's clay. Enkidu's body was made of God's clay, so there was no reason why Wu Ming could not recognize God's clay. God's clay. Sijui could not help but be shocked. Sijui naturally knew that Enkidu was made of God's clay. However, she really did not expect these murderous monsters to be of the same origin as Enkidu. Looks like this is Tiamat's doing. Wu Ming really could not think of anyone else who could create such monsters, other than Tiamat. Sijui, immediately go into the city and find Fen Barber. Ask Fen Barber to surround the entire Eric Metropolis with vines to prevent such monsters from appearing again. Also, help me tell Leopard Man and Anna to temporarily stay in Eric Metropolis as a precaution. Sijui was worthy of being Gilgamesh's assistant. After hearing Wu Ming's task, her trembling body immediately stopped. Yes, Lord Hyun-ryong, I will go tell them now. Sijui immediately ran towards the city, but just as she moved, Sijui stopped again. Lord Hyun-ryong, what are you going to do? Sijui was not a fool. Since Wu Ming asked her to inform Fen Barber and the others, it meant that Wu Ming had something to do and had to leave. Wu Ming turned to look at Sijui and said concisely, I'm going to your city to take a look. Your city and Eric Metropolis were the only two cities left in the jungle. It did not mean that the people in the other cities in the jungle had died. These people had gathered in your city and Eric Metropolis and were protected by Quizzard's reign of terror. It was not until Wu Ming roped in Quizzard that the two cities returned to normal. Moreover, your city and Eric Metropolis were cities not far from the Persian Gulf. If these monsters all landed in the Persian Gulf where Tiamat was, the monsters may have also attacked your city. Wu Ming, who had been to your city, directly came to the entrance of your city with a portal. Wu Ming used his telekinesis to fly into the air and overlooked your city. It could only be said that as Wu Ming expected, the dark monsters in the city had begun to hunt humans. Wu Ming even saw two humans fighting in the encirclement of monsters. Obviously, these monsters were holding a game with simple rules but extremely disgusting. Chapter 994. Letting two people duel and telling them that only one of them could survive. Otherwise, both of them would die. The former's promise and the latter's threat allowed both parties to duel without any qualms. This could be said to be a vivid depiction of the ugliness of human nature. To be honest, Wu Ming hated this kind of game. There were only two outcomes to this kind of game. Either the victor would survive, or there would be no survivors. Obviously, the game of these monsters was the latter. The victor would also be killed. The winner, who had already killed his opponent before Wu Ming arrived, sat on the ground, paralyzed. After he recovered, he stood up and looked at the monsters around him with excitement. At this moment, he felt the joy of being able to live in his heart. However, the monsters around him surrounded him and raised their forelimbs, ready to kill the winner. Why? I won. I listened to you and killed him. Arth. The victor let out a voice that fell from the peak of hope into the valley of despair. His face was crumbling. Obviously, these monsters let two people duel for the sake of pleasure. They would not let anyone go. It had to be said that this was very suitable for the monsters. Only monsters could have such twisted pleasure that it made people want to vomit. The meaningless killing instantly made Wu Ming furious. With a furious expression, Wu Ming waved his hand. Countless chains extended from Wu Ming's sleeves. The sharp chains flew towards the monsters in Wu Ming's sight. Poochie, 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 poochie. In an instant, the sound of weapons piercing through flesh could be heard. All the monsters in Silent Cry's line of sight were pierced through by the heavenly lock, which was the weak point of most creatures. These monsters turned into ashes and dissipated. Sir Hyun Ryong. Seeing that Wu Ming had saved his life, the winner immediately knelt down and thanked Wu Ming. Not only him, many people in your city who were about to be killed were also saved by Wu Ming. They all knelt on the ground, praying and thanking Wu Ming sincerely. However, Wu Ming was not in a good mood at the moment. When he flew over the head of the winner, Wu Ming used magic power to transmit a message to him. You will live the rest of your life in guilt and atonement until you die. These curse-like words lingered in the ears of the victor, causing him to tremble with fear. The winner suddenly raised his head, but Wu Ming had already disappeared. Only the winner was left sitting in the same place with a look of horror and guilt. In the shadows of your city, Wu Ming strolled over. Wu Ming did not blame the winner for killing his opponent in order to survive. After all, any smart person would know that there was nothing he could do about it. But even though there was nothing he could do about it, Wu Ming's curse-like words to the winner was the price he deserved. Also, Wu Ming didn't come for a stroll in the shadows because he was annoyed. He came to kill the monsters that were hidden. As for how to find these monsters, it was not difficult for Wu Ming to release his mental power to cover the entire your city. The monsters had a unique magic power that allowed Wu Ming to find them easily. A few monsters that were lucky enough to escape Wu Ming's sight and were not killed by the heaven lock charged out from the shadows, raising their two sharp forelimbs to stab at Wu Ming. But in the next second, the heaven lock that appeared from the golden ripples around Wu Ming pierced through their bodies from top to bottom. A few monsters turned into ashes. One of the monsters that was not completely dead struggled and tried to extend its forelimbs to Wu Ming, and to Wu Ming's surprise, it said, "You are also the child of your mother, why are you helping human?" But in the next second, it turned into ashes and disappeared with the wind. The child of my mother. Wu Ming frowned. That's right, Wu Ming could understand the words of these monsters. He could understand the words that sounded like the whispers of the ancient gods. That was why Wu Ming was surprised. And the words of the monster just now reminded Wu Ming of the first magical beast commander he met, Ulidim. At that time, he also said that Wu Ming was the child of Tiamat. However, Wu Ming was sure that he had nothing to do with Tiamat. It's probably because the later generations fabricated that Hyun Ryong and Tiamat are related. Wu Ming recalled what Roman had said when he introduced Hyun Ryong to Gudazi. And Wu Ming had seen gods bound by myths before. The gods of the God-Slayer world were the best example. It was probably because the mysterious Hyun Ryong was believed by the later generations to be the son of Tiamat that Wu Ming's identity as Hyun Ryong was believed to be Tiamat's son by the magical beasts. Boring. Wu Ming could only give this sentence. Who would want to be brothers with magical beasts? Moreover, These monsters might also be Tiamat's children. Coupled with the game of the monsters just now, Wu Ming felt disgusted at the thought of being brothers with these monsters. Wu Ming used his opened mental power to explore your city. After confirming that all these monsters were killed, Wu Ming withdrew his mental power and used the connection between Wu Ming and Yggdrasil to inform Fen Barber to come to your city after building the protective shield of Eric Metropolis. Then, Wu Ming opened the portal and walked directly in. At the gate of the Hunryong shrine outside Uruk, black-purple ripples appeared, and Wu Ming walked out. I haven't been here for a long time. Looking at the gate of the shrine, Wu Ming sighed. But now was not the time to sigh. Wu Ming suddenly released his mental power and instantly enveloped the whole place. Just as Wu Ming expected, there were indeed sporadic monsters appearing in Uruk. Not only that, but there were also a few ugly magical beasts with wings that Wu Ming had never seen before. They were probably the winged mermaid Karuru. Although the number of Karuru and monsters was small, without a servant, they were no match for these two creatures that they had never seen before. And the monsters also had the ability to turn the people they killed into monsters. If they were given enough time, perhaps the whole Uruk would fall. I don't know how Baby and Gudazi are doing. There were still a lot of magical beasts on Baby's side. Leonidas and the others couldn't spare any time. Since Gudazi and the others weren't in the city, there was no doubt that they must have met up with Ishtar near the Persian Gulf. I have to hurry up. As for what time to hurry up, naturally, it was the time to release the backup. Chapter 995. Wu Ming retracted his mental strength and walked straight into the temple without a door. He came to the Hunryong statue. The Hunryong temple was indeed abandoned. This was an undeniable fact. However, when Wu Ming returned to the Uruk last time, he did something to the temple just in case. Wu Ming's spiritual base left a barrier in the temple statue that was comparable to a precious artifact. No, it should be called a precious artifact barrier in the god's generation. Wu Ming floated up and pressed one hand on the head of the Hunryong statue while chanting. The gods will eventually retreat, and the mythological era will inevitably come to an end. An ethereal voice that contained magic came from Wu Ming's mouth. Along with these words that were filled with magic, the Hunryong statue emitted light like a piece of shining jade. Those who have been enlightened need not be guided. Only the protection of the end, like a firefly burning, the light of the unpolished jade turned into specks of fireflies and dispersed into the air. My God, restore, bless the world with this body. In an instant, the Hunryong statue was completely shattered. The shattered statue turned into specks of light, and along with the powerful magic that was released when it was shattered, they dispersed in all directions. They passed through the temple's walls and floated into the air. If someone took a closer look, they would realize that these specks of light that contained a powerful magic that passed through the temple floated above the Uruk. This was indeed the case. In the next second, a light film suddenly appeared above the Uruk and enveloped the entire Uruk in the form of a protective shield. The moment the Uruk was enveloped by the light film, a large number of specks of light scattered everywhere in the Uruk like phosphor powder. The monsters and Karuru in the light film all exploded and died the moment they came into contact with the phosphor powder. However, the humans were not affected at all. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the sky, and the shadow of a huge dragon appeared on the light film. It was Wu Ming's dragon-shaped shadow. It's Hunryong Sama. Hunryong Sama has blessed us. Hunryong Sama. Thank you, Hunryong Sama. For a moment, the Uruk citizens knelt on the ground and prayed to the shadow on the light film in the sky. In the central tower of the Uruk, Gilgamesh, who saw this scene, was relieved. Well done. As expected of you, Hunryong, Gilgamesh praised Wu Ming without hesitation. As for Wu Ming's seat, he used a teleport portal next to King's seat. However, Wu Ming did not have the slightest bit of pride. Instead, he shook his head. I prepared it just in case. I hope that I will never have to use it. After all, if he did not use it, it meant that the Uruk was fine. If he used it, it meant that the Uruk was threatened. Wu Ming hoped that the latter would not come. However, things did not go as he wished. Wu-Ming had no choice but to use the noble phantasm. At that moment, Gilgamesh no longer commented on this matter. Instead, he changed the topic. What do you think about the awakened Tiamat? He put aside the clay tablet in his hand. There was no need to deal with government affairs now. Then, Gilgamesh pointed to the seat on the left and motioned for Wu-Ming to sit down. I have a trump card to deal with Tiamat, but I still need some time. Wu-Ming sat down and said. The northern wall is still under attack from the demonic beasts. General Leonidas and the military counselor can't get away for a while. Otherwise, it would be best to let the military counselor stall for time. Zhuge Kongming was famous for his defense. It would be foolproof to let him make a plan to stall for time. However, Chaldea is also a good candidate. You can discuss with them. This king can only be used to command the soldiers to repair Nabistin's tooth. Gilgamesh, who had sealed most of his noble phantasms when he became the Sage King, did not have much combat power. The strength of the old Gilgamesh and the young Gilgamesh were worlds apart. However, in terms of non-combat, Gilgamesh did a good job. For example, he created Nabistin's tooth. Because of Zhuge Kongming, the incomplete Nabistin's tooth was successfully developed 3 months ago. It was installed in the southwest of Uruk as a defensive device. However, what was interesting was that Nabistin's tooth was basically useless. The monsters rode on the winged Karuru and easily crossed Nabistin's tooth. Although Ishtar and Gudazi were there to stop them, some of them still arrived in Uruk alone. If Wu-Ming did not use the one-time noble phantasm sealed in the Hunryong statue to protect the Uruk, Gilgamesh would have to deal with those demonic beasts himself. Speaking of which, what are those monsters? Their bodies are made of God's clay. Gilgamesh's pupils shrank when he heard Wu-Ming's words. Obviously, Gilgamesh had no idea what they were. Roman from Chaldea should know what they are, but the people from Chaldea and Ishtar are fighting the monsters and the Karuru in the southwest Persian Gulf. Even Merlin is there. However, this king doesn't have the means to contact them, so he can't contact them at the moment. Gilgamesh had another layer of meaning. He did not know much about the current situation, so he could not say much. However, Tiamat's awakening is beyond this king's expectation. Gilgamesh used his clairvoyance to see the future, but Gilgamesh saw those things in his dreams. After he sealed those things on the destiny tablet, Gilgamesh forgot what he saw. This was normal for humans. When a person woke up, he could only remember the dream for a short time. Once he was completely awake, the dream would be forgotten. The most reliable way was to record it on the spot. However, since he recorded it on the destiny tablet when he was half awake, it was reasonable for Gilgamesh to forget where the tablet was. Due to the tense situation, the tablet was not found at all. However, it did not matter if it was not found. After all, the enemy now was Tiamat. The Holy Grail is not with Gorgon either. It is most likely with Kingu or Tiamat. Wu-Ming did not see any trace of the Holy Grail when he killed Gorgon. In addition, Kingu easily abandoned Gorgon. It was obvious that the Holy Grail was not with Gorgon. Kingu. Ha ha ha, tilde, you mean the imposter who is using Enkidu's body? That is a logical name. The reason Gilgamesh laughed was simple. Gilgamesh obviously did not think that the person was Tiamat's son, Kingu. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.